I think it's time for the Citizen Sleeper finale. What do you think? I think it's time to see this through, to end it. Oh wait, I need to fix. There's. Okay. Sorry, there was a little pop-up that I could see that was going to be in the way of text that the stream wasn't capturing, but was going to be an issue. Okay. You know what I'm excited for? I'm excited to hear more of that sad music that plays when, like, kind of like this, when we're at the end of the intense storylines. I love that sad music. I think it's called Possible Futures is the specific track that I really love the name of. And I think that's also such a great name for that track. The ones that, you know, it plays right at the beginning of the ending of each story. Man, I still sure don't have another home on this side of the eye, do I? There's this derelict unit that I still haven't repaired. What do we have left? Honestly, I don't think it's all that much. Oh, okay, I'm still actually, I need to get calibrated. I've moved my monitor around a little bit. So let me... All right, there we go. Now things are feeling right. Yeah, so what do we have left? We've got build a home, flotilla support, help Bliss compete, and study the Flux. The Flux is the big thing that I have not done much progress on. That's probably honestly where most of the time will be spent during today's game. Let me also actually just make sure this game is coming in loud, huh? Turn it down a little bit. Okay. And of course, I ended the last day not actually setting the day over. Oh. All right, we've repaired our body and it's time to begin a new cycle. Hey, you know what? Those are pretty decent rolls, especially because I can re-roll on some... Oh, we've got a visitor. Moritz says, Sleeper. Moritz is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time. He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? Maybe, Moritz. I've got a lot going on. Did you not know about the Flux? He shakes his head. Don't give me that. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to. If it doesn't... Bliss okay? He frowns. I don't think so, but she isn't hiding that from... But she isn't hiding that from anyone. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it. I thought that you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Or what's left of it. Sorry. Didn't mean to be... He smiles. Bliss is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do. But the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to help me keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. And I would hate to not pay back my debts. Moritz stretches. I've got to head back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. Alright, let's see what's going on. Do I have any, like, super time-sensitive clocks? Peaks progress. Okay, so there's even, like, 6 days before I can even do anything with the Flux. And what's going on there? I need to get them a new ship mind. I've got 2 ship mind parts for that. And I need to do systems repairs for, whatever this ship's name is. The Dust Houses. And then what's up with the Pilgrim Seed? They also need more mushrooms. Yes. Even Soul's own ship requires help, but figuring out what jobs need doing first and who to help is a challenge. Okay, so I can either do kind of like help out the support or give them shrooms. I think we've got shrooms just about finished growing. No, I would need to... Oh, wait, yes. Yes, I do have shrooms finished growing. Let's harvest some shrooms. See if we can't get some... See, there we go. Now we got Matsutake caps that we can give to them. I'm sure Bliss's big project can wait a day, right? Maybe I should actually go look at that. See if it is extremely time sensitive. If it is such a big job. Woo! That is a big boy, huh? The Starward Vector. That's the name of the second game, Starward Vector. So, we either patch the solar sails, or we untangle the sails. And then the solar window. The selected launch window for the Starward Vector's maiden voyage is closing. This is going to be a tight one. Okay, see, I'm glad that I checked because it turns out that it's exactly a tight window. And that I do need to worry a lot about when these things are going to be done. Okay. This is why you look. I think let's get it... That's so many actions to try and fill up over the time. How are we... Okay, well, no one said it'd be easy. But no one said it'd be so hard. Let's take it back to the start. What's that song called? Who's that by? Why does that just live in my brain? Okay, and then let's untangle the sails. That'll give us a good amount of pluses. Okay, a quarter of the way. You're telling me Bliss can't fill in some of this too, please? It'd be very helpful. Let's see. Do I have any crazy amount of data? No, I mean, I have some I can sell, but I've got to wait for this to come for the ship mind anyway, so there's things I need to be waiting on regardless. So I guess we do have a little bit of time to help out Bliss. It's tough that I somehow managed to leave the two things that are the most time sensitive to the very end. Ain't that just the way? That's procrastination at its finest, huh? Okay. I can try and harvest some shrooms. Art imitates life. Absolutely. Oh, hey, we got a positive outcome. Great. Yeah, that's 100%. Is it art imitating life here, or is it life imitating art when I'm imitating the way that things end up in the game? Or how life imitated art when... This is one of my favorite stories about you, Momo. Right after we finished playing the first Last of Us game together, we had like binge played it over the course of just like a few days, played all of Last of Us 1, and then we went outside and took a walk for like the first time in ages, and you heard birds chirping and like the sounds of wind rustling through trees, and you said, it's just like in Last of Us. You stand by it? Yeah, that's life imitating art for sure. Oh, and we got just enough mushrooms. We hand over the Matsutake to those working the canteen. They are very grateful. All right, we've got them filled up, so they're gonna survive. Soul finds you deep in the lair of the pilgrim seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around about you, he smiles. Seems like you know the place better than me these days. I doubt that, Soul. Well, he seems like the kind of guy who would want to play around a little bit. I've put in the time. And we thank you for it. Soul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Soul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. I get that he's trying to compliment me, but like, being a sleeper is not exactly, you know, this wasn't a choice that I had. Soul tilts his head, a little on the quiet side though. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. He leans against the crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? Oh man, I mean, I want to know about all three of these, the Flux, Ember's Hearth, and you. That sounds like an after-school special that you would hear in health class, right? The Flux, Ember's Hearth, and you. Listen, Soul, your body's going through some changes. You may have been noticing that your mech suit is behaving a little differently lately. It's all normal. It's what we call the Flux. Actually, tell me about the Flux. Soul sighs. That's what I imagined. He scratches at his head. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Lifter suits locked up, bots reset their schedules. Nothing we hadn't seen before. But the news came out of the... excuse me as I attempt to pronounce this. But then the news came out of Passeru. Passeru sounds like something my dad would say. Hey, can you do a little passeru on the gravy? Like at the dinner table? News came out of the passeru that they'd been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland we were used to that. Passeru? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Soul grimaces. Anyway, we thought the Flux was a freak event until the day we got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system after system corrupted. Data lost, and then another Flux hit. And another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of lifter suits like mine, and the city... I never saw it, but I heard from the others. Soul shivers. It only got worse. From there, we couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's why I know about the Flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system. Or that's what I know about the Flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system. That it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I've never heard anything more than rumors. Soul scratches their head, or their beard. Sorry, I don't have better news. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. Ember's Hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time, particularly when you get to the menu option that says you. He winks. But the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming systems Sabel set up back when Solheim still owned the system. How are the relations with the other moons? Soul smiles. Depends on who you've been talking to. You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do. He gives you a look. But Ember Steppe was a test ground for terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember Song, it was the extraction site for the raw materials and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, Soul holds up a hand. Despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable. Soul shakes his head. Sabel liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the system running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as steppe. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling the skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning that subsurface ocean into periwinkle blue sky. Soul smiles. Flux ended that, though, and when they failed, the rains failed, and then the harvest with it. Soul pauses. And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself. Soul shudders. That's when we, some of us, made the decisions to set out on this place. He gestures at the pilgrim seed and look for another future. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. What about you? Soul squints at you. You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you're asking about... He raps on the metal of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts the shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. You want to know about the Flux, about Emperor's Hearth, go ahead, but don't pry into my life and I won't pry into yours. Soul lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude, let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as it is, I'd rather just slip into the background, thank you very much. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? I'm good for now. You sure? Soul smiles. I'm sure. Soul stands, flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. He smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Soul leaves, and you wonder what he means. I was wondering that, actually. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. I mean, he seems like a person where there's a lot to him. So if there's even more than that, how much stuff can one man hold? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see. Oops. I always hit the wrong button to get out of there. Okay, that's pretty good rolls. I think we're going to take those excellent rolls and help out Bliss a little bit more. Because, yeah, we've only got 5 more days to complete this. Ooh, it's going to be tight. But, hey. 3 pretty good rolls, and then we can take a re-roll attempt. I think we've got good odds here, getting this all done in time. Because look at that, 2/3 of the way already full. Excellent. 3/4. I know fractions. I know at least a fraction of fractions. Oh, there's a flux node over here. I wonder what I could do with that. If that would help peak as they study the flux. And I've got 2 club head caps, which I think I might be able to exchange for some more stabilizer. Yes, I can. Excellent. That's the good stuff. Let's repair myself just a little bit. Keep, always important to do a little bit of self-care. In this case, self-care is self-repair. And end the cycle. We're getting there. We can maybe complete Bliss's contract today. We'll see. Yeah, those rolls will do it, I think. All right, let's see. Let's see what happens when we complete the Starward Vector. The atmosphere in the airlock is euphoric. You and Bliss keep grinning at each other like idiots, exhausted, blinded, sore, and aching idiots. Sleeper, that was incredible. She punches you on the arm. I never thought we were gonna make it. Those idiots tangled the whole thing up like nothing I've ever seen. We make a good team. Bliss smiles a winning smile. As the lock's inner door clunks open, Moritz gives a rare whoop. He looks exhausted too, and for good reason. Moritz has been the one ferrying tools and parts back and forth from the ship. His tired smile tells you he's glad it's done. Sleeper, Bliss. He shakes his head. Impressive. When I saw that ship come in, I thought there was no way. Why, thank you, Moritz, she winks, for believing in us. Moritz rolls his eyes. You know what I mean. Take the compliment. He shoulders some of the gear that came back in with you and Bliss and heads to the back row to store it. Bliss turns to you. I think you should be the one to do the honors. She nods to the ragged-looking console that Moritz assembled. I don't want to jinx it. She smiles, but you can see she's genuinely nervous. I'll check the console, just to take a little look. You glide over to the console and check the screen. It takes a second to see what you are doing through the flickering, cracked display, but after a moment you see the accounts. And there it is. Almost 1,000 cryo? That's very good. Sat in the bay's transfer account. Well, Bliss calls, have we been screwed again? It's there. Bliss kicks off from the floor and spins up into the bay, shouting as she does. The noise takes Moritz by surprise, and he knocks a rack of parts, scattering handfuls of metal fixings across the bay. The sight is something, glinting steel, catching the work lights like glitter. Sorry, says Bliss, grinning when she comes back down. I needed that. She kicks off and joins you at the terminal. Moritz even managed to sell that produce. We made a tiny profit. Eventually, she laughs. Here. She loads a stack of blank chits into the terminal and transfers a chunk of the cryo to them. This is your cut. Bliss hands you the chits. Thank you for believing in this place. She looks away and smiles. Even when I couldn't. When you first met me, I was on the edge of giving up. All it would have taken was one more push. But now this place is sparking again. Work is coming in. There are funds in the accounts. Even Moritz has a spring in his step. You both look over at him happily racking up tools. That's because of you. She punches you on the arm. He likes you. What's his deal? I never got a good vibe of what Moritz's deal is. What? Why is he always so quiet? She frowns. I'm not sure, but he doesn't like much like to talk about himself, that one. She leans in closer. You know he came here looking to rob the place? I gave him a job instead. She laughs. Don't tell him I told you that. I just thought it might help you understand the kid. Moritz turns to look at you, and both Bliss and you awkwardly wave. Maybe it's time to change the subject. So, what now? From here on out, it's going to be a little easier. I'm going to look for some component contracts, stuff that'll keep us inside the bay, not out in the black. No need to risk our necks if we don't need to. You want to cash out? That's fine, but there'll always be work for you here when you need it. I appreciate it. She smiles and then, out of nowhere, quickly gives you a hug, then steps back and glances around reflexively. Take care, she says softly. You too, Bliss. You turn to leave and Sleeper. Yeah? She smiles. Don't spend it all at once. Ooh. Ooh. That was 300 cryo. I wish I had something to spend it on. That's some good money. Listen. I'm buying the whole town some fungus. Everyone's getting shrooms today. Everyone's eating good. This 300 cryo? Dear Lord. I'm gonna start my own business. I'm gonna pay people to fix the derelict building for me. It is funny that I feel like now by the time that I've got all this cryo, I've got basically nothing I need to spend it on. And who knows? We'll see. Maybe the refugees will need... Yeah. Hey, you guys just want money? I've got some crazy money for you if you want some money. Let's roll some slightly better dice. Let's make ourselves useful in the dust houses. Let's see. Peak still has 3 more days. I finished that Bliss contract way faster than I was going to. We still need 2 more ship mine fragments in order to help one of the refugee ships. And that is still a few days out. That's still 4 days out before I can even do that. So the Peak stuff is going to finish earlier. And what do I even do with... I guess I'll just spend this one on sunbathing. And then we'll end the cycle. I think it's funny that something I've noticed about myself is I'll often go to the other side of the eye to end the day so that I'm not sleeping in the empty container, but instead I'm at the Haifa dorms, just because I think fictionally, you know, it doesn't seem as cozy or comfy to spend the night in the sleeping container. And I'm thinking about like, well, I think my sleeper would rather go to the Haifa dorms. At least there he's got like a cot or something. Well, I guess... Yeah, I should spend these good dice helping out the dust houses. Let's do that first. So they're just about full. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and then the Flux reaching all the way here too... Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust house need, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? Into the dust house? Where else? She taps away at the panel by the window. Seems only fair that after you help with the support systems, you get to see what it is that you're maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark changing room. You notice Aki is sliding on an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember's step. And thin atmosphere, constant dust storms, nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel, with its fizzing panels of purifying light, and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming projects only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through amber dust. So did everyone else that lives there. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand, like a coil of rope. What's under the sand? That is step silk. It's one of the plants we established on Step. She kicks away some red sand. Like any bast fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of the many species adapted to Step since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refugee as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root, threaded thickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back out through the decontamination tunnels, which blast the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic-tasting air and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both the masks, patiently awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember's Step? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside of its layers. Step was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Sibel, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time that Solheim collapsed, the atmosphere was already fading. Sibel's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Sibel fell too, its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppes colonies. So, when the Flux started to collapse our computer systems, corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon, the only traces of Steppe will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You're unsure what to do. Where did the Flux come from? Aki does not respond but continues sobbing. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from Steppe are so different. Their world was already dying when the Flux arrived. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture, and yet when the Flux events started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed. She sniffs. We carry the step for them. Perhaps there's hope. We learned not to talk of hope on a dying world, Sleeper. There's meaning for them and any future they can build with the time they have. She stands up. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, what they contain. She leads you back out into the corridor. If the Flux events continue to reach out to the eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. What about people? Or I can help. Aki smiles weakly. I knew it. You will be welcomed on the wind's long shadow whenever you wish. These dust houses are already decaying. I've seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought that they would last longer, but that last Flux event... Help us. Aki looks at you. Please. I mean, I'll try. When you are ready, we will begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next Flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a breath. I will see you tomorrow. Or I will see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more with the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember's Step. This, I will say, playing this story now after having played 2, this makes this ship feel a lot more important, is all I'll say, without spoiling anything about 2. What do I have now? I can either upgrade the shielding, or take care of the step silk. I mean, this one fills the clock more, so let's do it while we have the chance. With remarkable intuition, you not only support the step silk, but harden it. Aki smiles when she sees the result. Let's do it again. Let's get that step silk hard. All right. I think that's just about all I can do right now until we get another ship mined. Can I just buy a ship mined? Is there like a... It's kind of expensive, right, to get one, but it's possible, I think. Mushroom time. Yeah, let's see. Is at the Ord Exchange, can I just buy... No, I can sell components, but I can't just buy a ship mind, no matter how much I want to. They do not have this supply for me. Okay. Go ahead and just hack some Haven Age data, just for funsies. And I will say, I feel like the dust houses are more important than me having an apartment. So I'll probably be giving that my focus for the meantime. I should use the stabilizer while I have it. Keep up my dice as best as possible. Ooh, pretty good rolls. 3, 6, 5, 5, 4? Let's get to work. Let's see, I think as much as I want to do the engineering actions because it can get me scrap components and that would help me heal myself, actually maybe that is worth it. Let me at least try it. Even though it only fills up the clock by 2, the idea, the potential of getting scrap components would be huge. And of course I don't. But you know what? You never know if you don't go. You never shine if you don't glow. I got 1. Aki, I've got great news. We talked literally yesterday and I've been at work non-stop fixing your ship. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the step silk through the ochre haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world in which you never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. You see she seems restless, eager to speak but unsure of what to say. The dust houses look good. Aki smiles at you warmly. They do. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all this? She asks suddenly, of preserving a world we've left behind. History, heritage, or conservation? Honestly, all three, right? It's history, heritage, and conservation. Heritage is important. I'm torn between heritage and conservation, right? Where it's like, heritage is like, hey, remembering all the people that came before you to do this work, remembering the planet, but also the place, the place and the people, not just what happened, which is what history is to me. But conservation is also like, hey, you made new species that can survive in particularly harsh climates. That could be helpful on other planets. So I'm going to say conservation. Aki is silent for a moment. These creatures should be protected, yes, but for us, their conservation is conditional. We keep them alive because we need to use them. I can't pretend we are conservators when we harvest as much as we are able. Aki paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful for you, for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted. But now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust houses changes things, and it makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Like, excuse me? I'm unfamiliar with this word in this context. Blinkered? I've heard a lot of words. That's not one I've heard. Aki stops to look at you. Her posture is somehow different. If the ecosystems of steppe, if its people cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? Not slaves, you're inheritors. Aki nods. But the weight of this inheritance is heavy. Aki comes close, holds her hands in yours, or holds your hands in hers. We must change. We must change to live. She smiles. I have seen that in you. I blush. Excuse. You've seen that in me? I don't feel like anyone's ever seen that in me before. And our hands are touching. Excuse me. I need a little blushy emote. The steppe. These people, this ship, should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future. She takes a breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food. They can benefit from the gifts of this steppe's ecosystem. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to do a blushy, face on my actual model without making some kind of, bigger changes to my model. Having people add little blushies to my face with points. Actually, that's a very interesting idea, Momo. I could make a prop of blushies that's like its own image and map that on top of my face rather than having it be an actual part of my model. That would be pretty cute. I was also just thinking like an emote to use in chat, but I could totally do like little anime blushies with, like the googly eyes, exactly. But instead of googly eyes, they're little blush marks. That's a cute idea. I like that. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food. They can benefit from the gifts of the steppe's ecosystem. I want to invite them. Can you do that for me? Of course. I know that Soul sent you, she smiles. You can tell him that Aki, captain of the wind's long shadow, invites all of the people of the flotilla to come. Is this me first learning that Aki's the captain? She smiles. You never asked. She's still holding my hands. My face, I'm just drenched in sweat, realizing I've been flirting with a captain. Aki steps away. You want to know about the Flux, no? About its purposes, its origins, she smiles. You wish to protect your home as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles which run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it, as you would radiation, as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The Flux event here was much like the first ones we've felt on Ember Step, localized, destructive, but bearable. But in time, its strength grew. I don't know if it'll be the same here, but... She pauses. Speaking of pauses, we're about to hit an ad, so I will be right back. It is coming from the center of the system, from the close orbit of Helion's star, H1. That is all we could uncover. She's silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I'm sorry I cannot offer more, but you're always welcome on this ship, she smiles. I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both of your hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. I'll live here with you. With this, she turns and leaves. As soon as you say that, she turns around and leaves and doesn't say a word. And you feel that word home resonating within you like a struck bell. Yeah, okay, wait, hold. If there is a way to end up with Aki, just however, whatever that means, sign me up. I think, like, out of all of the characters that my sleeper has, like, become smitten with, Aki is number one. With Lemon Mina being number 2, of course, and close behind. Emphys number 3. Alright. I still have to wait for Peak to finish the Flux research, and for this shipment to come in 2 days. So until then, I guess I have some dice to finally build my apartment with. Oh, yeah. Love to re-roll it into a 6. It's the best. Oh, I'm one tick away from being able to have my own apartment, which is what I thought last time, and then turned out there's a whole extra step. So, listen, let's not count these cyber chickens before they hatch out of their digital eggs. That's what a Tamagotchi is, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. A little cyber chicken. I guess Digimon also come from eggs, don't they? And Pokemon. But Pokemon aren't digital, even though they get transformed into data and transferred across PCs. I'm not going to ask too many questions. Let's see, do we have a... We have a home. Amazing. Oh, feed a stray. There's signs that a stray animal has been nosing around near the unit. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. Well, listen, I have great news. I will give you $300 worth of crackers. After getting paid by Bliss, the sleeper goes to, like, in-universe on the Eye Costco, buys every cracker the Eye has to offer, and just lays them all out for a cat to come visit. I'm sleeping in a bed of crumbs. The stray, a lone cat. The stray hops out onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small windows, its face covered in crackers, its legs buried in crackers. You bought far too many crackers. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It's too distracted by all the crackers. It just sits there beside the tray of crumbled crackers. Wait, that part I didn't add. That part's actually in there. Staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? That they'll probably come considering how many crackers you have. You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure that means little, there could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged, it looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the Stray's apartment which you were squatting in. I mean, I did a lot of work to repair this apartment. I think it counts as mine. I sealed it up from the vacuum of space. I don't know much about squatters' rights, but I think that's it. But the thing I know about cats is the more they think you don't want them, the more they'll want you. So I'm just going to watch it. I'm not going to approach. You don't want to come off needy to a cat. Though the Stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. The Stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The Stray licks crumbs from its fur. Do you like it here? The Stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. It is hard to imagine the Stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit to it. But the Stray's pleasure at existing here in this place shines through its every sinew. It is not that the Stray is always happy on the eye, but that the Stray is engaged by this place. It is alive here. You turn to look out to the window, the one that the Stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the Stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with each other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the Stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your leg. And then it's gone. Out through the unit door and back down the corridors of the low end. I almost wondered if we were going to get the sad piano music when I was talking to the cat. And the cat was like, we had our own little future together. So, I mean, other than the Flux and the flotilla support, I've done basically everything. So we really are getting there. Oh, Peak has something to say about Flux. Have you ever heard of con channels, Sleeper? Peak asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were already in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited, days ago. The console they are working at seems to have grown, too, shadowing their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. Con, you mean for transit? Yes, exactly. Peak turns to face you. Kiyomani's active negation. The name of its effect used to transport trillions of tons of material from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. Yeah, I definitely took physics classes. I know physics. I'm good at them. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. Con. Peak recites the definition as if in a classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. Excuse me? English, Peak, please. Essentially, con channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction, but once a con channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploitation. The backbone of surrogacy is what XBR called them. The Peak shakes their head. They might not have been able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw, molecularly pure particles, Peak flicks a hand. Whoosh. Peak, where is this going? And also, can you dumb it down like a few more years for me? Tell me this like I'm in, let's say, 5th grade. Peak pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Hellion system, this system, ever had a con channel. Con channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub, but Solheim, Peak smiles, Solheim spared no expense when they established this system. There's a con channel? Yep. Peak's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact, Peak grins, they've been building to this. Oh, in fact, Peak grins, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with con channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. The flux. Exactly. Peak face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Gotta take a little sippy. Why? Peak sucks in a breath. That? I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They need a lot of resources to do it, and they need to have people from the core systems, but there's no real large-scale extraction in the healing system anymore, so why would you go to the trouble? Just to trigger the flux? Peak rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave the con produces, is a side effect, a problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would have never been able to use it. So then, why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial systems set up to function within the range of a once active con channel? Peak is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux, yet everything we've heard from the refugees say it brought down every system they had. Peak falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the con channels, those vast causal highways that prop up the core systems and their endless appetite for resources. This system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed, most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the Celis ships that came to begin the work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core system has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploitation that created your suffering, turning towards the Helion system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. A shrill bleep catches both of your attention, and Peak rushes to the screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with insistent chirps. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No. They lean in. This doesn't make any sense. But what's happening, Peak? The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. Peak pulls at their hair. I set this system to alert me if other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw Flux nodes here is because it is the most rundown part of the station. They're barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event? Peak turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from these nodes, and quickly. I'll keep looking for what I have here, but I need to know why they're popping up everywhere. Right now? Right now. We can talk more about con channels and system history when you're back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of code spewing from the newly fluxed nodes. You leap quickly but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the Pilgrim Seed, on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Oh, that's the funny thing about fear, isn't it? I'm not sure I've ever met a fear I've been able to outrun. Alright, where do we... We separated the hub, didn't we? No, we killed the... We killed the killer up there, so we didn't separate the hub. Here's one flux node. Any others? One other. Luckily, I have exactly the dice I need for them. Any others still? Is there one up in the hub? Let's go up and take a look. I hope Navigator's okay. I haven't heard from him in a while. Oh, there is one up here. Okay, let's hope we get a 4 or 6. That's a 5 and a 3. Exactly what we didn't need. That's unfortunate. Oh, one last job? Bliss. No, I'm so busy. Please don't have one last job. Let's see. Okay. I guess I'll give the 2 flux nodes I have right now to Peak and get that third one tomorrow if I can, hopefully. Hopefully there's some time to deal with it. Oh no, Peak won't even take them until I have all 3. That's unfortunate. Okay, what do I do with these other 2? I guess with these 2 dice, I'll go to the scrap yard, get some scrap to keep my body in decent shape. Go eat some mushrooms. And then tomorrow, the shipmind ship will come back in too. So I'll be finishing up a lot of stuff tomorrow, potentially. More mushrooms, please. And hey, I get to spend my first night in the new repaired unit. Of course, I'll feed the stray again. I mean, normally I'd be very happy to see 3 6s, but considering I need a, was it a 4 or a 6 I needed? Maybe that's okay, actually. Yeah, okay, a 6 does work. Phew! The Flux seems exceptionally dangerous to, just my overall health and well-being. Oh, and then I get the shipmind parts. Please and thank you. So, now I can fabricate the shipmind. give this ship mind to Pieter, the real dickhead who was, trying to talk to me about how rough everyone on Ember's, not Ember's Step. What was there's Ember's Hearth, Ember's Step, and Ember's something else, the third one. How hard it was there for everyone. But honestly, talking to Aki is a great example of how you can be from an area that's faced a lot of hardship and still come out a kind and caring, gentle person. Alright, Pieter, what have you got to say? As you cross the axis, looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Pieter, standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking light of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He's completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. I mean, I want to just leave him be, right? I think that's my approach, is just leave. He'll talk to me if he wants to talk. You watch for a moment more, and then move off across the hub, towards a promising-looking shuttle dock. Pieter didn't look like he wanted to be disturbed, but as you climb through the docking tunnel towards the departing ship, you can't help but glance back. You spot him there, still at the railing, so small in the cavernous chamber of the hub. He seems untouched by the motion around him, lost in memory or thought. Feel a cold shiver rising from inside and slip out through the docking tunnel before it can touch you. Gotta keep moving. Oh, I thought he was actually gonna stop me or something before we could talk, but nope. Okay, there's still more to do here. The Axis Assistants. The more work you do for the singers, the more they get to know the crews, the more that they will trust you. Alright, so I can socialize and I can help out the job board. I'll work on the job board because that could give me some more scrap as well. Nice, got that scrap item. Love it. Ooh, not great rolls on the rerolls. I went from 2 1s to 2 2s. Let's deliver this Flux data and see what Peak has to say. I really thought Peter was gonna stop me in my tracks, be like, hey, where do you think you're going? Too good to talk to me kind of type beat. And the fact that he didn't and was instead really just lost in it concerns me. Maybe I should have chatted with him. You watch as Peak works on the Flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving in to Peak's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this as an image on a screen, it's almost unrecognizable representation to you. It's nothing like swimming amongst nodes and threads. Despite this, Peak has proven themselves to be more than able to handle these complex data structures, even through this limited representational paradigm. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thought. You turn to see Esh entering. Esh! She looks up and meets your eye, but doesn't respond. Esh stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in a mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? Peak asks without turning from their screen. Slow? Unsuccessful? Tedious? Esh slams a bag down on a crate and hops up to sit on it. You still unpicking balls of yarn? With the sleeper's help, Peak smiles. They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling? It's clear that Esh doesn't appreciate Peak's tone. Still looking? Uh-huh, Esh replies, and whoever took them better be making the most of their rapidly shortening lifespan right now. Do we think Peak or Pieter maybe is regretting taking a bunch of guns and wondering what to do with them? Esh. Peak cuts out, in without looking from the console. We talked about this. This is my mistake, Peak, and I'll fix it how I want. Esh folds her arms. No, see, that's the thing about mistakes. You kind of lose authorship over it after you've made such a big one. I know one of the factions on the flotilla has taken them. I just need to find out. Peak holds up a hand. Shh. They lean towards the screen. Son of a... What? They hid it in the wake of the wave. Peak is whispering to themselves. It's alive. They lean back in the chair. Esh crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing. It's processing. It's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Esh. In it, you can see that Peak has all 4 nodes decoded, and the patterns of shadows from inside of them sit on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice it, the movement. The thin threads cross from one stain to another. As you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, this shadow, knows it's being watched. This is how the other Flux nodes appeared. Peak rubs their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave, they were corrupting after the fact. This thing, this shadow that entered in the wake of the wave, it corrupted them, but it made the corruption look like the result of the Flux. It's a sleight of hand. Peak runs a hand through their hair. The Flux wave is so massive, so complex that it opens up the systems to be attacked, and it reconfigures exposed systems. This shadow is broadcasted in and implanted inside. The wave from the con channel, it's a brute force way of hitting every system in Helion. Once the systems are vulnerable, Peak looks pale. Their eyes reflect the screens. The Flux isn't what is attacking systems, it's the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peak sits back in their chair, and it's already on the eye. Wait. Esh rubs their forehead. You're telling me there's a con channel in this system? Shit. Peak isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peak looks desperately at you. I mean, Helene with Haven Age would know more what to do than Sol would, I would think. Helene? Is that wise? Esh cuts in. Haven Age hasn't exactly made good decisions lately. Why can I not bring this to my boy? It would help if I remembered his name. Surely. Fang, the guy who helped me take down Haven Age corruption. I feel like I should still have his phone number or something. They're the station administrators, Esh. Peak is desperate. They need to know. The argument rages between them, and as you watch them shouting, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, Peak says quietly. I need to look for solutions, to try to build up a case, collate the evidence. We messed this up. They look down at their hands. Esh goes to speak and then thinks better of it, for the first time in her life. Not a word, Sleeper. Peak meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they're ready. They sigh. With the tension among the refugees, Sol won't be ready to hear this, and Helene and Haven Age are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Haven Age, they're likely to react badly, and if I tell Sol, I doubt he'll take it well either. If you can calm the situation on the flotilla, then we can choose. You're too twisted up in this, Peak, Esh says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop, Esh. Peak slumps in their chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled, and head back out to the Pilgrim Seed. When you close your eye, you think of the shadows, that movement at the edge of your vision, something dark, growing in the station like a parasite. You feel sick. Your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in a corridor and take a breath, putting a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. Oh, is it inside of me, too? That's why I'm feeling sick, is because all of this, I'm getting fluxed as well. I've got a fluxed tummy. What do I want? Do I want a +2 to Intuit? Or do I want something? I mean, I can get a +2 to Intuit and one of these other things. I will get the double data rewards. Just for fun. Okay. What should I do with my 2/2s? I'll go work a shift. I definitely have Flux tummy, which is the scientific. If you look that up on WebMD, if you look up Flux tummy, it shows when a sleeper has been infected by Flux, they get Flux tummy. And it just makes you kind of queasy, gives you bad farts. Honestly, I have Flux tummy on the daily. We're being, honest. Oof. Okay. Whoops. I didn't mean to wipe out my energy like that, so let's go get some mushrooms. And I don't like to know how soon is Bliss's whole thing? That's in 2 days? Okay. I need to finish up my my work on Ember Song as soon as possible. So that whatever Bliss gets up to next, we can call it. We can get that done as well. So it's interesting because Bliss's whole thing is in the complete category, so I wonder what that really is. Like, is there actually a new project for Bliss, or is it just like her story finalizing? Oh shoot, I forgot to use scrap to self-repair. Oh boy, now I only have 4 dice. Not great. All right. What can I do to get Ember Song into a brand new car today? I can do more engineering. Let's try and do that. See if we can't get any more scrap too. I think I'll be 1 short, unfortunately. Yeah, just 1 short. Dang. Okay, well, that was a quick day. Someday you just spend all your days helping out a ship, doing repairs, because you forgot to eat your metal breakfast to heal your Flux tummy. Everybody knows that's the most common cure. Ooh. Sleeper, long time. Moritz is smiling when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. Moritz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. Have you been? Working hard. I bet, he grins. Well, you always are welcome to hang at the bay if you want. He glances around. Actually, that's what I'm here about. I know Bliss said she wouldn't take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind, or something. He grins, because now we have someone looking for a refit of their ship in the bay. You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we're done. He laughs. Anyways, it's a massive job, and we need some hands. Bliss said to go to you. So, come on up. Bliss is waiting on you to accept the job. It'll be good to have you up there again. Like old times. Let's see how long that's gonna take. Because there's... Bliss, I thought you said you were done. Oh, I don't necessarily want to click that. Maybe I should finish the other stuff first. Because there's no clock there. There's no timer waiting for me. Time management is such an important part of this game. Again, that's life imitating art, I suppose. Alright, let's finish this up. Sleeper! Peter calls to you as you cross the axis. He's standing by the same railing as you saw him last time. It beckons you over. I've been hearing things. He gives you a sidelong look. Good things? Peter smiles. Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on song, I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Really? Really? Peter sighs. Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on a moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students know this. Their work, their training was respected. As long as they were careful and respected songs themselves, is what I almost said, they could have had their choice of colony placements. They were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues, always able to call in favors and repay them like for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the Flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what those kinds of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his hands into tight fists. Not a single one of my students left Song. Our future was cut off, just like that, my future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the orbit we built here, there are useless outside of its orbit. Oh, and the systems we built there are useless outside of its orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach. Peter pauses, thinking. You don't give up, Sleeper. You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine, one who entered the program from one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, but they were stubborn. Stubborn as hell. But at the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignments, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kinds of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would make the best of anything they set themselves to do. Peter is smiling now, buoyed up a little by his memory. Singers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change easily, but we won't forgive easily or take help easily. But we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Peter stands from the railing. When you see Soul again, you can tell him that. You can tell him how the crews of Ember's song operate. Tell him we will resist. If that means resisting Hearth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the Flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Peter smiles. And then tell him to leave us alone. He turns a step lighter and heads off towards the center of Axis's hub. I really like how each ship is designed differently. Like they, the Ember Song ship looks more like it's made out of just like raw components, no real attention paid to like anything other than the mechanical creation. There's something about like the bright orange of Ember's not Ember's Hearth, Ember Song and Ember Step that is the dust houses, and then Ember Song being the slightly more advanced of the three, because they had the best position within the colony. It's just very good attention to detail within the world design of this stuff. Let's talk to Soul. We've got it all settled, I think. When you arrive at the bridge of the Pilgrim Seed, Soul is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through the past few cycles, Sleeper. He smiles. The ship from Steppe has sent a goodwill gesture, a whole cache of supplies from their own farms. He smiles. And I'm not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again, although a little reticently, if I may say so. Soul smiles. I don't expect them to change anytime soon, it should be said. Yeah, that's the word I was brought to tell you, is don't expect that to change. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all of this. Soul eyes you, waiting for an answer. I helped where I could. I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper. See, this is why you don't help too much. People start to expect it. He smiles. You look at Soul, his eyes bright and eager, and you wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Soul squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship towards the engines, the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed at all hours. With the cordon lifted and shuttles able to go out to the salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Soul. What is his plan here? What is he preparing the Pilgrim Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly Soul stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal of the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening it up. The Pilgrim Seed was built on a short-range freight carrier, you know? The amber warning lights on the bulkhead door send spinning shadows across Soul's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms to the silos at the Passeru. When we realized we'd need to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster. Soul raps on a metal plate, and somehow she's carried us all the way out here. We? Farmers, mostly, from outside the city and the edges. He flexes his shoulders beneath the suit. We saw it coming first, I guess, knew it was time. Others didn't want to believe. I was a farmer. Had a whole load of land and people to run it, and my people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. What happened? Not one of those folks made it. Soul rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happen. The upshot is I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me, not my crew trusted me. And I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I'm no leader and that I'm sick, but, well, when service chooses you. A loud klaxon sounds, indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back. The metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness. Then the light goes on in huge strips that stretch back and back and back as far as you can see. The space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any you have ever seen, is empty. When we left Hearth, we didn't have time or resources to convert the entire ship. Soul begins leading you into the massive space. So much of this freight space we sealed away, shut down. But now, we have time, we have resources, we stabilized here, at least for the moment. Soul turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all of this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next for the Eye, Sleeper? Soul sighs. The Flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Hearth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. And think of the number of people we can fit on here, the farming stacks, the housing, hell, we can plant some of those mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward, the only way. We need to fill the ship with able bodies and head for the starward belt. We can't leave. Soul sighs. That's what the people of Passeru said to us, Sleeper. That's what we said to each other. But we left. I want you to help me. You know the eye. You have connections and you can work hard. I've seen it. Soul meets your eye. I know you are like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. Soul, there are other ways. If you know them, go ahead. But I'm telling you, this is the opportunity we have now. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me. Soul begins to lead you back out of the bay. But think of what we can do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out there in the belt there are people who've been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far from all this. Soul sighs. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Soul crosses back over the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans and Soul waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Soul claps an arm on your back. But don't wait too long. This is happening soon. And he leaves you there in the silence of this vast bay, your head spinning with the thought of leaving the eye. Drive complete. How many? Hey. Okay, so we've completed the middle chapter now. So we've got one chapter left, which I think is called something like Purge, so I'm concerned about how that's gonna go. Very concerned. But I guess let's go talk to Bliss, since we've got 2 days to clear everything up before the next chapter begins. And that's the last thing I think we have to do. When you enter the bay, it's weirdly quiet. Moritz must be out preparing, out on some errand, and maybe Bliss is prepping the kit? Sleeper. Ankita is drifting at one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. What is Ankita doing here? The idea of not seeing Ankita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several cycles ago, but seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. She kicks off from the wall and comes a little closer. So what is this? She asks. Come to avenge Ashton or his sleeper, or just looking for another payout? Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want to fight. Then why are you here? She looks at you, and you can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off of her like fire. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here especially, and they're going to... Bliss glides in and suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Ankita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the... She stops, looking between you two. Wait, do you two know each other? You and Ankita look at each other. We worked together. Bliss squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as am I. Ankita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed? She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine. says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says and leaves. Special payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Ankita, she gives you a knowing look, doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we made a special agreement, she sighs. I'm leaving. You're joining a mercenary crew? Don't make me laugh. Ankita is an ex-merc. Why do you think she's getting us to remove all of her ship's armaments? Amber. The ship's name is Amber. Bliss gives you a funny look. There's some deep history here, huh? She holds up a hand to stop you answering. Look, all I care is that she's headed for the starward belt. She looks out for the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I wanted to ask... She stops, unsure. If you'd like to come with us? I can't. There's this other lady who runs a dust house, I guess we're calling it. That sounds different because I was just playing Yes or Grace, and Oracle Dust is a drug. And a dust house sounds like it'd be a spice den kind of thing, but there's this lady, Aki. I can't leave. Also, Lemon Mina. She interrupts before your answer. I know things have been hard for you on the Eye, and you helped me so much. I asked Ankita if she'd carry 2 of us, and she said yes. Moritz will take over the bay anyway, though if you stay, you're welcome to help him run it. I just thought, she sighs, you might be in need of a fresh start, as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is here. We've got to finish the job first anyway. And with that, she kicks away and heads to the racks before you can offer an answer. Moments later, Moritz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. The starward belt. You push the thoughts to the back of your mind. It's time to get to work. That's funny. The first ship that I worked on is now the last ship that I'm going to work on. Probably. I guess I don't know the exact timeline. There might still be more ships to work on. There often are. Able to refit it pretty quickly. I should be done tomorrow. And we've got more scrap. Excellent. Spend my hundreds on mushrooms. If I ever win the lottery, I won't tell a soul, but there will be signs. Me just neck deep in Girol mushrooms. Oh, and I can actually buy more scrap. That's great. Since it's a little harder to spend the dice and stuff prepping the mushrooms and whatnot to get more stabilizer. Being able to repair myself using scrap has been so handy. You know, I think the thing that my sleeper probably likes the best about this repaired unit is its walking distance to Lemon Mina's and to Memphis. I will say the sleeper's got to be fast. How much he's like running around and getting from one side of the eye to another. Maybe there's like a hover bike that we just never quite see. Because otherwise he's just booking it from one end of the eye to the other. Hey, that's gonna be enough to finish the job on the ambergris, I think. Indeed it is. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hull, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has an impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Moritz drifts by. He's been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. It turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first starboard belt port she hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems a kind of dazed, floating back and forth aimlessly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. For what? He shrugs. I don't know. Just thought it might be a cool thing to have around. Hey, Sleeper. He looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's like this. I did. He nods, distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it's suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. Can you manage it? He looks down at you, a glazed look on his face. I don't know. I just don't know. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper, there was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going too? Before you can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper? You coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all of those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would still think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks up at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute. And she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay where the Amber is docked. You look back at Moritz. I was never planning on going. I told Bliss I wasn't going. I've still got a lot to figure out with the Flux, and the Flux is going to follow us unless we do something about it, so I'm staying. Oh, sad music time. That means we're about to hit a credits. Moritz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me, Moritz. Moritz nods. All right then. You're staying. He grins. Oh. Ankita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You're staying then, Sleeper? That's right. She nods. Well, okay then. One less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not gonna go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me. But I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the ambergris and the starward belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. I'll help you out, Moritz, I guess so. He smiles. That's cool. You both stay for a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Ankita leave, and then Moritz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curves of the hub, you catch a glimpse of the distant stars flickering through the windows. They're beautiful, it's true, but by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts, no bright futures. Just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No. Your place is here, among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt, but as you do, you focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning rims that rotate around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the futures you need. I got an achievement called the Fixed Stars. Let me see if I can pull that up, see what it says. Everything can be repaired with enough time and effort. Oh, I never got this before, so I never did finish this storyline the first time through. I'll say I think the Lemon Mina and the Gardener endings hit me a little stronger, but I like how open this one is about all the potential different futures that could unfold here. The fact that like the Sleeper has come to recognize, like, no, running from this place is not going to fix the fundamental problems I have. The fundamental problems I have are kind of built into me in this way, you know? And I think a lot of us can relate to that. I certainly can. Of like, well, no matter where I go, my mind is still my mind. My body is still my body. And how I relate to those things is not going to change just because my environment has changed. Especially for the Sleeper, I think that, you know, that's their problem. I think Ankita, you know, I understand wanting a fresh start. I understand Bliss wanting a fresh start. But this idea that, like, finding a new place, yeah, your dad always says no matter where you go, there you are. And it's the same idea. Totally. 100%. This thing of, like, you can go to the most wonderful, perfect place in the world, but you're still you. And if you're unhappy with that, you know, maybe going to a new place helps you start being a new you. And that's I think what Ankita and Bliss realize is, like, that's what they need, is that level of, like, reboot of themselves to go to a place where people don't know who they've been, and like are able to just, like, blank slate. But that doesn't work for a Sleeper whose whole being is tied up with exactly who they are physically and mentally. All right, Moritz, what do you got? Next round is yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing besides the table and clunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you've decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning, cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surfaces of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator, where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from that central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. "What are you thinking?" asked Moritz, noticing this, you staring out into the gimbal. "How weird this place is." Moritz glances around, as if for the first time. "Yeah, Bliss never liked coming here." Moritz takes a drink and stretches. "So, Sleeper, you sticking around?" "I have things to take care of." Moritz nods. "Yeah, thought you might." Moritz rubs the back of his head. "One cycle at a time, that's how we'll take it. Nice and easy." You aren't sure if he's talking to himself or to you. We'll make it. He lifts his drink for a toast. To the next cycle, he pronounces and knocks it back. Later, you finally leave the gimbal. Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way back home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin and spin around the eye. You smile to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere, among those points of light. To the next cycle. Dang, there's like nothing to... I have no active drives? Now, normally, you would say, well, that's the end of the game. I think that's what happened to me last time, is I hadn't hit the next point of Bliss's story, and so I thought it was done because I had no active drives. But there's this clock here, waiting to happen. So, until then, I guess I could just collect more scrap, or I'll go mushroom farming real quick. It's been a little while since the sleeper has spent any time collecting spores. Yeah, pretty decent rolls. So many spores for the future. Oh yeah, we've got 2 whole fungal harvests ready to go. Oh, and we never actually finished the other fungal harvest. I did not realize that. Did I... Was there a thing here at the overlook bar that I never did? Good service. Yeah, I never did this. I never worked the bar and helped out Tala. I'll be honest, I'm not sure we're going to. I think we'll focus on the other like storylines at the moment, but it's good to know. There's still something to do if I wanted to. I do believe I played through that the first time. I think that's supposed to be a much earlier storyline, but because I never actually like went there until much later in the game, it just doesn't make as much sense to do it now. Oh, gotta feed the stray, of course. Spend some of that hard-earned ship money. Oh, Sleeper. Peak is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Peak looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. I'm ready. Peak holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I've compiled on the Flux event, the effects of the wave, the structures that hide within it, is on here. Please tell me you back that up, Peak. As you look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've annotated it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this, Peak sighs. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the Eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems just like the colonies on Ember's moons. Intervention? Peak grimaces. That I'm still working on. Peak looks at the drive. This shadow in the Flux, this protocol, it's so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasures I've tried to deploy. It's like trying to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. There has to be a way. Peak closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone on the station, they sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about this. I would say Fang, but that's not an option here, so Helene is my closest option to getting Fang on board. So Helene? Perhaps. Peak pauses. If anyone can protect the Eye, it's Haven Age, but their internal politics will make it hard for them to act. Will they even listen to us? Or perhaps, Peak adds thoughtfully, We've been thinking about this all wrong. Peek's eyes glint. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Yeah, I mean, I was wondering that. Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is one we all need to take? Peek speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. We need to resist this together or we fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peek smiles. That is the only way. We send this data to both. You're so right, Peek. Peek smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another Flux event is coming, I'm sure of it, and I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peek opens their hands and holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know Soul, you know Helene. They trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer, but you are a part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You are a part of the Eye. Peek is right, but right now that feels more like a weakness than a strength. I've set up a data relay at the cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Haven Age and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they will come. We can be sure of that. You will meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of hair behind their ear. Come with me, Peek. You know this stuff better than I do. Peek pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion on you. Haven Age wants nothing to do with us, and Soul is paranoid at best. Peek tentatively puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. Oop. They step back, looking thin and pale at the station's light. Come talk to me once it's done. As they slip away into the Eye. Okay. Oh, the game was lagging there for a second. Strange. Okay, the cordon. I always read this as the Gordon, but that's not it. Warning, final episode. When you send the data, episode purge and the final series of the events on the Eye will begin. Whoa. The final events of all of the Eye? After this point, you will not be able to return to complete other drives or find other endings. Make sure you are ready. Are we ready? I think I'm ready. I've done all the other main endings, I believe. Yeah, this is it. The way that is phrased makes me think that that the Eye is maybe not gonna make it. Which is concerning. Because I like the people on the Eye. Flux data sent. We're in it. With the data sent, the only thing to do is wait. As you do, you imagine Helene receiving the data, perhaps in the middle of some Haven Age Council meeting. You think of her trembling hands as she slips out of the room to read it. Her reaction, you can't predict. You imagine Soul, too, one of his crew, finding him somewhere in the corner of the Pilgrim Seed, overseeing the modifications that will turn it into an ark. Those sharp eyes scanning the data, looking for a way to proceed. The wait draws out, and to pass the time, you watch the activity beyond the edge of the Eye. The scrap shuttles pulling components from the now abandoned cordon, and the supply skiffs making runs between the flotilla ships. It isn't long before you hear the chirping of one of Helene's now familiar drones approaching the viewing platform, and then Helene herself strides into the room. Where did you get this, Sleeper? Helene holds up a slate, scrolling with streams of flux data as she enters. I need to know your source. A friend. I mean, I collected the flux data. I just didn't parse it. You seem to have a lot of friends, Sleeper. Helene raises an eyebrow, but I need this data authenticated. I can't just She pauses and pushes her hair back out of her face. This is a lot to take in. A shadow protocol inside the Flux, the system's con channel starting up, a total collapse of the eye? She rubs her forehead. If I bring this to the council, they'll... She turns away. They'll believe you. She laughs. Do you know what has been happening within Haven Age, Sleeper? She looks away out at the flotilla. Since the refugee ships have started arriving, things have changed. It's chaos. No one can settle on a single issue. There's division at every vote. But in the division, only one group prospers, the hardliners, because as each counselor gets tired of the arguments, gets tired of compromise, they become more and more attracted to easy answers. The flotilla is to blame. The refugees are opportunists. The eye must be defended, she shakes her head. And now you are telling me they brought something to the eye that will cause its collapse? They didn't bring it. It doesn't matter, Sleeper. That is all the counselors will hear. Helene is worse than I remember her being. She closes her eyes, a hand to her temple. Many of them already presume that the refugees are somehow to blame. Did someone say refugees? Sol clanks into the docking bay, grinning at the situation. Speak of the devil, and well, here I am. His suit hisses as he settles on his cane. Helene glances between the two of you, uncertain if she has been drawn into some elaborate plan. Sol hands out a hand to her. Sol, he nods, I believe that we've spoken remotely while the cordon was still up. We're all allies here. Sol raises an eyebrow. That seems a little presumptuous, doesn't it? I trust you, Sleeper, but Haven Age has been the one seeking to hold us without charge or good reason. I'm not Haven Age, Helene blurts out, then corrects herself. What I mean is, no one person represents Haven Age. That's the idea. I did not support the cordon, and I did not support your quarantine. Sol nods. Well then, Sol glances at you. Anyone mind if I get myself up to speed here? He pauses, but you get the feeling he isn't expecting an answer. 1. The Flux events, the very same destabilizing waves that collapsed the colonies and the moons of Ember, have reached the station. He holds up a stubby finger. 2. According to data Sleeper provided, these events are acting as a cover for some kind of intrusive protocol, which is causing the real damage. A second finger joins the first. 3. This shadow protocol will do the very same thing it did to Ember's Song, Step, and Hearth, and quickly. In short, it'll shut down everything keeping this place alive. A third finger pops up. 4, and this is my favorite, we have no idea who or what is doing it and why. Sol's final finger joins the other 3. Is that about the total of it all? There's also another Flux event coming. Of course there is. Sol smiles thinly. Sounds... Helene pauses, searching for words. Intimidating. Helene turns to Sol. Did you manage to put up any kind of resistance on Ember's Hearth? Sol shakes his head. That's why we're here. The Pilgrim's Seed was the biggest ship to make it out unscathed. He pauses. I suppose we didn't have this data. We didn't know what was eating up the systems. We all thought it was the Flux. Helene looks at you, and I imagine you, Sleeper, and whoever helped you uncover this might be able to find a countermeasure? We can try. Helene nods approval. Okay, so that's the start of it. If you'll forgive me, Sol cuts in, part of why I was able to save as many as I could on Ember's Hearth was I gave up hope early. Sol shifts his weight, his suit hissing. There were endless strategy meets, system reboots, tests, and trials, but I just got on with working on the Pilgrim Seed, with getting people on board. So when the second and the third and the rest of the Flux events hit, we were ready to go. So if I can offer you some advice, Miss Not Haven Age. It is to give up on the line of thought you have, that hope, and start to look at the evacuation now, right this cycle. Sol looks out at the observation deck towards the Pilgrim Seed. I've already started the process of converting the remaining volume of the Pilgrim Seed for human habitation. With Haven Age's resources, I dare say we could finish the job with time to spare. Sol scratches at his beard. I know it's hard, and I know it's sudden, but you have to give up hope. We have to run. There will be no heroes here, just those that keep living and those that don't. Helene listens in silence, making calculations. She looks out at the bulk of the Pilgrim Seed, which, despite all its vastness, is dwarfed by the eye as a whole. Something flickers in her eyes. She opens her mouth to speak. She stops, frozen. Let me think. Helene rubs her temple. I need a moment. Helene paces, and as you watch her, you realize how young she is and how lost she is in the systems and protocols she has to navigate. You can almost see the strings and ties that bind her glinting like webs in the wide space of the observation platform. What if we purged the shadow protocol? Helene stops pacing. But with what resources? That data you sent me, that thing is a shadow. It's uncontrollable, untraceable. Perhaps with the full contingent of the Haven Age Systems Department, but that would require hundreds of work orders to be overlooked, maintenance schedules abandoned. She looks away. Getting that through the council, would that even be possible? She glances at Sol, who's patiently waiting, watching, listening. We have to try. Helene looks at the slate again. I'll take this to the council. Force them to listen. Force them to act. You both jump as someone loudly clears their throat nearby. Your eyes jump to the dark entryway that Helene emerged from just minutes ago. What a cozy little meeting this is. A man steps from the shadows, dressed in the same style of Haven Age overalls as Helene. And I must say, that is some very incendiary rhetoric you're using, Counselor Helene. You glance at Helene and her face drops immediately. Kemp. She curses under her breath. Kemp is a hell of a name, huh? Kemp? I feel like the writer chose the most unappealing name they could possibly come up with and got Kemp. Sol shifts his weight on his cane, but otherwise remains still, like a casual observer. Plotting against Haven Age with an interloper, he gestures at Sol. Everyone will be so disappointed. Kemp smiles a bright smile. Some of our counselors have such high hopes for our youngest members. His smile drops. I, of course, never let novelty distract from the importance of experience. Helene stares daggers at Kemp. Enough of this petty shit, Kemp. You need to see this. She holds out her slate with an outstretched arm. The games are over. No more point scoring, no more lobbying. Yous and your hardliners need to stop. This is something real. Kemp calmly takes the slate and prods the screen, scrolling through the Flux data. His face betrays nothing, but you see some complex calculations flickering in his sharp eyes. Kemp lowers the slate slowly and smiles at Helene. And what do you think this shows? Helene frowns. Don't play games, you can read. The Flux is a carrier signal for some shadow protocol, most likely corporate in nature. Maybe it's Solheim re-emerging to claim their station. Maybe it's a takeover, but either way, the station is under threat. You're right about that, but the rest? Conjecture. Kemp rubs his chin. What we have is a virus in our system which emerged precisely when the flotilla arrived. In fact, it times in perfectly with the mysterious event that freed them. So what I see is a hostile cyber warfare attack instigated by dissidents that fled Ember's moons after committing terrorist attacks on their own soil. Kemp's face darkens. This is the order of facts. Nothing more, nothing less. Facts I'll be happy to present to the council. Kemp tightens his grip on the slate. Helene laughs. You think this is the only copy of the data, you sanctimonious shit? No, I don't. Kemp smiles, but who do you think they'll listen to? Especially after I tell everyone about this little clandestine meeting. You couldn't win power by Haven Age's systems, by our laws, so you resort to this. Kemp shakes his head. The law is with me. It is as simple as that. He gestures. And I sneeze. And out of the shadows, 2 Haven Age security officers appear. Oh shit. Now, no need for that. Sol suddenly speaks up. His silence had meant Kemp had stopped paying attention to him, but now you notice he has backup of his own. A group of his crew stand at the edges of the room. They're carrying long, boxy guns. You've never seen anything like this on the eye. Glossy XBR logos glint along their barrels. These are Esch's guns. Kemp freezes, and the officers hesitate, holding back in the doorway. Be careful here, outsider, he stutters. Kill me, and Haven Age will never forget. Sol waves a hand at him. No one is killing anyone, so let's calm down. Sol scratches his beard, but I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Helene glances at him, and he gives her a gentle nod. And you'll leave your colleague here with me. He raises an eyebrow. We haven't finished our conversation. Kemp laughs and shakes his head. You are finished, Helene. The council will never allow you back after this. Then he turns and walks out of the observation deck, taking his officers with him. You all pause to catch your breath. Helene looks ready to collapse. Sol flexes inside his suit, nodding at his crew to check that Kemp has fully retreated. Sol wrenching part of his suit back into place, grimacing. Your friends leave a lot to be desired. He shoots a glance at Helene. Seems like support for evacuation might be a hard ask. Helene doesn't respond. She stares out at the pilgrim seed once more, trying to process what's in front of her. She sighs and turns back to you both. I won't call for an evacuation. She looks at Sol. Maybe that is a fatal mistake, but I can't do it. I understand. But she pauses. I won't block it either. If people want to leave, Haven Age will let them. That is what I will propose to the council. She sighs. If they let me speak. You have to do more, Helene. Easier said than done, sleeper. She sighs. She nods at you and Sol and turns to leave. Sol is quiet. He scratches at his beard. Good luck, he offers to the departing Helene, but she does not respond. He leans on his cane. I'll be honest with you, sleeper, none of this changes anything for me. The Pilgrim Seed will be going in a handful of cycles, whether Haven Age wants it to or not. How long? Sol grimaces. Honestly, as soon as we're ready. I'm not eager to run down the clock to the last cycle. Sol puts a hand on your shoulder. There's a berth for you, and for any you can gather, sleeper. That much I owe you. Thank you. Sol nods. My crew will take me up from here. Don't you worry. Sol straightens up. Oh, and thank you, sleeper, for sending the data. I appreciate the extra info, and I'll see if I can help us shore up the Pilgrim Seed against any future Flux events. If we had you back on Ember's Hearth... He pauses, suddenly losing his appetite for discussing the past. Sol sighs. Of course, we are going to need all the help we can get. If you can spare some time, come to the Pilgrim Seed. Help me get it ready. Bring others. There's a future to be earned here, cycle by cycle. We will be leaving as soon as we're able. If you want to help us get there faster, well, you'd be welcome. He meets your eye. Sol grimaces. Well, he pauses. Just don't keep me waiting. And he limps off with his crew. You pause for a moment to let your thoughts catch up. Peak will want to hear about all this. They should be your first port of call. Oh man. I don't know if I want to try and stay and help the eye as much as I can, or if I want to Like either help the eye or leave and be with my beloved Aki. As you enter the climbing briar, you immediately have to jump aside as Esh, lugging a massive crate across the cargo bay, pushes past you, grunting an apology as she does. Reminds me of when we met. Esh sniffs and doesn't look back. As you turn back to the bay, Peak pushes past. Sorry, Sleeper, just a second. Peak rushes to catch up with Eye. Put that down, please, Esh. But she doesn't respond to their urging. We can't leave, not yet. Peak puts a hand on her shoulder. Please, I'm the only one here who can... The crate drops, the sound of its impact echoing around the bay like thunder. Can do what, Peak? Her eyes are burning with anger. Save this place? Are you still that naive? We are running, Peak. We are running because the thing cannot be stopped. It couldn't be stopped at XPR, our home. Why would we stay to stop it here? Because we can, Esh. But we can give these people a chance, Peak pleads with her. Like they gave the refugees a chance? Esh shakes her head. No, Peak, this is not on us. We barely made it out of XPR. I worked for years to escape, and now you want to throw it all away? I left everything I had behind. My mother, my friends, to take you out of that place. She clenches her jaw. She turns and slams hand onto the crate, breathing hard. We go. That's the end of it. Peak turns away. You feel unsure what to do, but you know now this is not the time for outside arguments. This is between them. Peak crosses the bay back towards you. I'm sorry you had to see that, Sleeper. They sigh. Let's talk upstairs. Peak leads you to the entry ladder, taking you up out of the bay and into the habitation level of the ship. You follow them through the tight corridors, noticing the handwritten notes, the clutter, the repairs, the signs of home. Here, sit. Peak gestures to the broad mess table with the curved couches, and you slide in on one side. Peak sits opposite. They brush their hair out of their eyes and take a deep breath. So, how did it go? What did they say? I've been waiting all cycle. I mean, we're gonna need to tell them about all of it, but let's tell them about Helene. Peak listens nervously as you explain how Helene says she'll support your efforts to find a countermeasure for the Shadow Protocol. Okay. Peak looks pleased. That sounds good. Much better than what I was hoping, but what about the console? Are they behind that? Or will she operate alone? Let's tell them about Kemp. Peak looks increasingly troubled as you tell them about the hardline counselor Kemp's sudden appearance. Damn. Then Helene's going to have problems on her own to deal with. Peak shakes their head. Looks like we won't be able to count on anything from Haven Age. They pause. What stopped Kemp from arresting her? Well, tell them about the guns. Peak rolls their eyes. Of course. Those are the guns Esh managed to smuggle through to the refugees, the ones she didn't tell us about. Another thing that's on us. What's on us? Esh is standing quietly in the doorway listening. You don't know how long she's been there for. Peak looks around with tired eyes. Sleeper found the weapons you smuggled from XPR. Esh freezes. She glances between you and Peak, as if it might be some sort of elaborate joke. The flotilla used them? She moves out of the doorway and enters the room. What happened? Peak interrupts. Be thankful that they didn't. They used them as a threat. That's all. Good. Esh folds her arms. You get the feeling that she knows Peak will not approve. Peak goes to speak and then decides not to take the bait. They glance at you. I'm sure you've heard enough of us arguing this cycle, Sleeper. Peak shoots another look at Esh, but our introduction of those weapons into the equation are just another reason why we simply cannot run away. Esh looks away, but says nothing. She surely knows they cannot absolve themselves of responsibility here, so what's motivating her? You realize that she still might be trying to protect Peak, even from themselves. Suddenly a shrill beeping fills the room, and Peak pulls out their slate to silence it, but they freeze, their finger hovering over the screen, the beeping continuing its insistent pulse. What is it, Peak? Turn it off. Peak doesn't seem to hear you. They blink with glazed eyes at the screen. They let out a long exhale and tap the screen. The bleeping shuts off, leaving a ringing silence behind. Esh frowns at Peak. Planning to explain? 12 cycles. Peak looks vacantly up at you both. 12 cycles until the next Flux event. They shake their head. I've been using the arrays on the Briar to look towards the center of the system to approximate where the con channel should be. Just this moment, they detected a signal from the inner system. Given the distance and pattern of previous Flux events, we have 12 cycles before it reaches the eye. The silence in the room is deafening. 12 cycles, that's it. Before a second wave hits this place. Peak interrupts and your thoughts. We start now. That's the end of it. Peak stands up and turns to face Esh. You want to take the Briar and run, Esh? That's on you. But I won't do it. They take a deep breath. I'll be here, Sleeper, for every cycle it takes, trying to find a solution. I'll need your help. Their eyes meet yours, and you see a wild desperation flickering there. We will find something. The sooner we have a plan, the better. If it takes us 12 cycles to fix this thing, it'll be too late. Peak's eyes flash with determination. They reach for a slate and pass it to you, so we can keep in touch. You pocket the thin handheld terminal. And Esh. Peak starts, but she's gone, storming down the corridors of a ship on a path to who knows where. You know from experience that it is impossible to outrun your fears. You get a sense that Esh will try anyway. Peak rubs their red eyes, staring after Esh. Maybe I'll take a moment before we start. They smile weakly, tears of exhaustion gathering in their eyes. See you back here soon, okay? And you slip from the room into the corridor, Peak's quiet sobs somehow carrying through the ship behind you as you leave. 12 days it is, then. Okay. Devise a strategy. That seems important. Desperate plan. Peak is desperately looking for a way to combat both the incoming Flux event and the Shadow Protocol infecting the station. Well, let's see, that's interface. I unfortunately think I am not going to have enough upgrades to get that up to a +2. So I'm going to have to spend... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. At least I can get these up to 5, so that's pretty good. Let's hope I get some positive outcomes here. And that I didn't just jinx myself. There we go, there's one. Let's re-roll, see what we can get. There we go. Yes. Alright, well, it took us one day to come up with a desperate plan. Peak beckons you over to the wide mess table where they've set up a terminal. The hours of bleary-eyed work have left you both drained, and Peak looks ready to collapse. You slide onto the curved couch beside them. Something dark and malevolent filling their screen like an oil stain. I'm sick of looking at this thing. Look again. Peak's eyes seem to glitter in the screen light. This isn't what you think, Sleeper. Not by a long shot. You look again at the screen, leaning in close to the dark, curved shape to see its texture. You see whirls and currents like a river, a dark flow, unlike Shadow Protocol's dark tangle. You know exactly what this is. You have swum in this river. Swam in this river, almost drowned in its shifting flow. It is the Gardener's Chorus, the dark cloud which blankets the Greenway networks, the bioorganic morass of malfunctioning protocols grown vast and strange. The Gardener. Peak glances at you. How do you... They pause. Have you met them? I have. Peak shakes their head. Incredible, then perhaps you shouldn't be surprised by what I'm about to propose. Peak meets your eye. Everything I have tried to do to contain the Shadow Protocol has been a failure. It slips through any containment, absorbs any countermeasure. That, unfortunately, is an unavoidable fact. And yet, the eye still spins. The shadow protocol is being slowed, partially contained. It has spread across the station, as we have seen, but in reduced pockets, fragments. So I started to look outside of our test cases, outside of these fragments we've been poking and prodding in our little lab. Peak smiles, and look at what I found. Peak taps a key on their terminal, and you realize the screen is showing a recording of the data flow inside of the eye's networks, sampled from hundreds of points around the greenway. You watch as a subtle shift occurs at the edge of the flowing dark curve that blankets the greenway, something spreading like an ink stain, something darker than black. It bleeds across. The shadow protocol. Now watch. Peak eagerly points at the screen. You see... Excuse me. You see something strange, a fizzing at the edge of the shadow, a sparking, and then it is gone. And beneath for a moment, a millisecond, you see into the networks of the greenway. You're reminded of an image you had forgotten, of pulling a plant from its pot and seeing a bone-white root ball where you expected to see dark soil. The white connections writhe like worms, and then it is gone, the dark flow closing up as quickly as it opened. What did I just see? Hope, Peak sighs, wrapped up in something terrible. You think back to your meeting with the gardener, to that sense of something old and world, and inhuman to its core. Peak excitedly starts to explain, this is the only chance we have, the only countermeasure we've seen. In the moment it opened, I detected something, a centralized intelligence with the local ID gardener. This protocol, this system, whatever it is, can protect its network from the shadow protocol. But if it's on the greenway, the eye will still fail. The station systems are too exposed, too spread across the hub. The shipyards, the spokes. Peak glances away. The only way is to break it open, to spread the entity's network access, expand it somehow. You want to let the gardener out? Peak stands up and walks away a little. They lean against the countertop, their head hanging so low that their long hair touches the work surface. You hear them breathing deeply. I don't know, Sleeper. They lift their head. I really don't know. I mean, it's a chance. Maybe. They shake their head. You know as well as Peak that this is it. You know it because over the past cycles you have run every simulation, every possibility you could have think of and still come up with nothing. You have stared a hole into your screen and dreamt of that black shadow creeping in at the edge of your vision. Peak recognizes the look in your eyes, the potent cocktail of resignation and anger. Let's say we do this, Peak begins, eyeing you carefully. What do we need? They begin to answer their own question, thinking out loud. I suppose we'd need to do two things. Find a way to limit or control the gardener's spread and then reconnect the greenway. Peak starts pacing. The idea is coming quickly now. Controlling the spread means preparing the station. Limit the gardener's networks to key systems. We don't want it taking everything. We just need it to protect the station's core functionality. Then we need to reconnect the greenway, hook it back up to the main line of the network. Those systems were prepared. They should connect, and Gardener will spread along the paths we prepared. At least, that's my theory, Peak grimaces. But if we don't prepare correctly, the Gardener might not spread, or it might spread to everything. Peak closes their eyes, and after that, things might get worse. I mean, it can't be worse than a total collapse, is where I'm thinking. Don't say it, Sleeper. Peak sits back at the terminal and brings up a map of the eye. Rotational control at the hub, life support at the freeze spoke, power routing at the Haven Age shipyards. They stab at the map with each one, marking them in red. Then there's the central core. As I understand, it's somewhere on the rim. I'd need to find it. They push their hair out of their face. But we seed the gardener in all of these places? How are we going to do that? We transplant the greenway? Peak smiles. Of course, the gardener needs plants to care for. That is what their protocol dictates. They must have been part of the farming management system of the Eye back when Solheim built it. We'd seed greenway plants into those systems, and the gardener will seek them out, protect them. Peak stares at the map of the Eye. It's a wild idea, but it could work. But they pause. We'll need a way into those systems. Haven Age will have most of them locked down for safety purposes. We can't just walk in. Let me ask my buddy Fang. Peak raises an eyebrow. Someone in the Haven Age systems team? Yeah, you wouldn't believe it. You nod. After everything he dragged you through, you feel like Fang still owes you. Time to pay him a visit. Okay, well, Peak looks at you sideways. I guess we should pay him a visit. Lead the way. You both leave the ship, carried forward by the excitement of the plan and an eagerness not to look at the details too closely. You push any lingering questions to the back of your mind. It's time to head to Fang's Bay. I've been wanting to do that for a while now. I feel like he could have helped us a lot with the flotilla situation. There's a lot of times I feel like Fang would have been helpful throughout this story, and he kind of does just disappear after his main plot. Where is he again? Fang's Bay. Oh, find Fang? Excuse me? Fang isn't in his bay, and no one in the offices upstairs seem to know where he is. Your lone clue is an out to lunch note. Great. Well, my thought would be that he's at that place that he used to work, right? He's at like Timur's tea shop, tea house, or Mingi Express, one of these two. That would be my thought, but maybe not. All right, let's do a little self-repair. Just to keep gotta keep those dice up. And let's end the cycle. Take a little sippy. That's my own little self-repair. Is taking a little sip of coffee. Oh, those are some bad dice. Whoa, that's maybe the worst roll I've had in this game at a very crucial moment in time. Oh boy. Fang, dang it, you better get your butt over here. I'm telling you. Alright, let's try a reroll. Okay, still not great, but let's use the 6 to get to the bottom of this. Figure out where Fang's at. That's it. No more wasting time, Peak sighs and pulls out their slate. They crack open a box on the side of the base shutter and wires the slate to what's inside. Maybe your friend has a Haven Age pass card or something inside. Peak shoots you a glance. Something they wouldn't mind if we borrow. Fine, but be quick. Peak nods without looking up. I'm going as quick as I can. After a few tense moments, the shutter jerks and begins grinding open, the noise making you jump. Let's get inside. Peak glances around quickly. You slip into the dark of the bay, punctuated by the blinking lights of Fang's piles of servers, somehow even more disordered than before. Peak makes a beeline for the desk at the center, scattered with tools and components. They flick a lamp on and stare at this mess. Are you sure this person can help us? Yes, Peak, trust me. You are interrupted by the sound of footsteps from the entrance. Someone has come up behind you. Peak freezes. I could swear I closed the shutter when I left. Fang leans on a stack of servers near the entrance. Must be getting forgetful. He grins at you. I don't know, maybe you were getting sloppy, Fang. I'm the one who makes the jokes, Sleeper. Fang smiles. Don't start. Fang raises an eyebrow. Thought you'd come to rob an old friend? Is that the plan? We need your help. Fang nods. You're here about the Flux. Peak nods and is suddenly giving Fang their full attention. Fang smiles, pleased with himself. I guessed as much. I saw changes in the old system architecture almost immediately. Some of them have been running since the first days of the station, and so when I saw new patterns, shifts in logic, I knew something must have happened. These past cycles, I've been doing a total inventory on the core systems, from hub to the rim, he grins. I'm surprised myself, to be honest. I didn't think I had it in me. Peak seems unamused. And what did you find? Fang sighs. That's the thing. There's something all twisted up in the systems and protocols, but every time I look at it, it disappears. Peak finishes. Fang turns to you. Do they always do that? Peak ignores him. It's a shadow protocol. It masks itself somehow, bedding into the gaps between the systems, in the negative space. It's slowly filling every system in the station, slowly taking over, and we need to stop it. You need to grant us access to all of the core systems throughout the station, rotational control, life support. Fang holds up a hand. Whoa, 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 slow down there. I don't even know your name. Fang shakes his head. And you're asking for the keys to the castle? Can't be done. Fang, it's me. Fang pauses and glances between the both of you. How long have you known this one, Sleeper? I know you, but I also know that you trust too easily. I'm sorry to say it. Peak cuts in. I can vouch for myself. I came to the Eye on the run from XPR Colony Hawthorne with the intent of keep running until we hit the Starward Belt, but since I have been here, I have done everything in my power to protect this place. I have helped to stabilize the refugee flotilla, to investigate the Flux, to identify and make a plan to purge the Shadow Protocol from the station systems. Meanwhile, Havenhage has done everything to stop and slow these actions. I have proven myself as a friend to the people on the station, not the administration, many times over, and I will not be doubted by someone who wears the badge of this corrupt administration. Peak fixes Fang with a hard stare. This is really fun because Fang used to be this, right? Like Fang, this is how Fang spoke to Hardin at the beginning of the game. Fang looks down at his Havenhage jacket and shrugs. This is all I have in my wardrobe. Look, I have no love for the council either, friend, but someone has to run the place, and that someone is me. Fang walks over to the workbench where you're both standing and digs a slate out of the piles of tools. You want to prove yourself? Show me. Peak grabs the slate and you recognize the tangled from a Flux node on the screen. Peak immediately starts tapping away at it, its tendrils unwinding, and the shadows, just slightly delayed, slipping out of sight. Speaking of just slightly delayed, I think we're about to hit an ad, so I'll be right back. Fang leans in. Interesting, he says to himself. Long Peak has unfolded the system completely, and it lies splayed out like an unwound ball of string. At the center, with nowhere left to hide, is the dark stain of the Shadow Protocol, visible for all to see. What now? Fang asks, his eyes fixed on the screen. How do you kill it? I'm gonna let Peak answer. I think these two need to develop a report. There's one entity on the station that we have seen purging the shadow. The gardener. Fang frowns. Who's that? Some Greenway hacker? Peak glances at you. More like an avatar of the Greenway itself? I'm sure that's an easy sell. You explain the gardener to Fang, the feeling of descending into a flowing river of consciousness. You explained the networked chorus, the non-human collective of voices. You tell him of the farming AI's offer to you to be networked into the chorus, dissolved into its flow. Then you explain that by granting it access to the AI's major networks, you hope to reinforce them. Fang is silent for a moment. And you want to let this thing out? He shakes his head. That's the kind of stupid plan I'd dream up. He pauses. I like it. See, man, why have we not been going back to Fang this entire game? He could be helping us. I mean, I know he's extremely important. He's like the head engineer of this entire station. Without him, life support would fail. But I like Fang. We needed more of him. This place is rammed with weird protocols and forgotten intelligences anyway. What's one more ghost in the machine? We try to limit it, of course, Peak explains. That's why we want your help to access the eye's major systems, to seed some of the gardener's spores into them, to draw the gardener's focus to those places. Fang whistles. So the way we save the eye is by growing mushrooms in all the server stacks? He glances at you. Sleeper, congratulations, you found someone weirder than you. Peak goes to argue, but Fang holds up a hand, and in it is an all systems Haven Age pass card with his picture on it. Take it, before I change my mind. That's it? That's it. Fang gives you a look. In all honesty, Sleeper, I was on my way back here to start tearing the place down. The Shadow Protocol had me spooked, so if you're telling me you've figured out a way that we might fight it? He looks at Peak. No matter how crazy? And I'm glad to help. He smiles his tight smile. Come with us. No, Sleeper, he looks away. I have to keep on with my work here. Strengthen those systems. Back up the data. The worst comes to worst, I'll need to rebuild. I won't let this place die. The last pieces of my parents are here, among the data. Alright, well, bye, Fang. I hope to see you later. Fang embraces you firmly. Stay safe, Sleeper. You take the card and leave the bay with Peak. Once you're outside, they stop you. We should split up. Peak looks worried. We've wasted enough time as it is, and honestly, I know that you've rolled pretty poorly today, so I know you're not going to get a lot done today. Head to the facilities in the hub, the free spoke, and the far side of the shipyard. Seed the gardener there. I'm going to find the core control center that's somewhere on the rim. They hold up their slate. I'll send you a message on your slate when I have something. Good luck. They squeeze your shoulder and you exchange fearful looks. You know deep down that Peak isn't sure this will work, but they have decided to act, to move with confidence. And for that confidence, you are very thankful. Oh, I really like Peak. Peak is very thoroughly grown on me. Oh, I don't even need to... Oh, luckily I literally already have 7 spores. I didn't realize I was going to literally just need actual Greenway spores, but I guess that makes sense. Luckily, I already did a lot of spore digging. That's fantastic. Implanting Greenway spores into the systems here should bait the gardener into extending their protection to this vital system. So I'll need to seed 3 spores into each primary system. Luckily... Wait, can I not do it again and again? Oh, the seed is planted. Now it must grow. Oh, so I only need 3 total. I don't even need 3 for each. Dang, we can do this. Let's definitely get some spores and life support. Who doesn't love breathing in, you know, fungal spores? There's certainly no media which depicts that as a negative thing. I'm sure it's fine. Let's not worry about it. So I wonder if because one of the options that was here, right, was to sever the hub and lock and trap Killer in place here. If I had done that, would I not be able to connect rotational control to, like, all of this? I wonder how that would have worked. I wonder if they account for that. Spores are planted. As you leave, the slate Peak gives you chirps insistently. You check and see a message. Found a possible entry to the core facility in the low end. Meet me there, ASAP, Peak. A blinking marker gives their position as on the free spoke side of the main block. Better head to the low end. I still wonder why Peak's... This is a spider, right? This icon? Maybe because it's like they're untangling the web of, you know, the dark data. You arrive at the coordinates given by Peak's slate, a run-down but active corner of the low end where a short glass-roofed alley turns off from one of the main thoroughfares. You wait in the mouth of the alley, leaning against the wall and watching the street life go by. Children hop across grids scratched into metal floor plates, playing games on their own devising, while older residents sit or talk or play tavla. It is hard to believe that all this is a threat. It seems so concrete, so real. How can some intangible protocol erase all this? As you are watching, a voice calls out to you from one of the tavla tables set up along the way. I thought it might be Castor. It's been a while since we've chatted. You're moving a little closer and recognize the sitting player immediately. Castor sits, tavla pieces and board ready in front of him, smiling at you. Sleeper, my partner has not arrived for our usual game. Come, please, take her place. He beckons you over, standing and nudging you to sit down with him. A rematch is in order. You owe me a game. Almost immediately, Castor begins the game. Everyone on the eye here knows how to play tavla. The methodical movements of the counters across their triangular points are ready fit for the rhythm of life on this ramshackle space station. Most games begin in the same way, with each player moving with independence, focused on only achieving their optimal early game setup. But there is a moment in each game where it becomes necessary to notice the other player, to anticipate the crossing of the counters across the board, a point of contact where routine becomes negotiation and negotiation becomes conflict. As this moment arrives, the subtle shift in the texture of the interaction, Castor begins to speak. Find myself surprised by you, continually, speaker. He looks over his glasses at you. The way you conduct yourself, for example, suggests an anxious refrain, a defensive, protective quality, but in your tavla game, he pauses to move a counter. I see only risk. What are you talking about, Castor? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Risk. Sleeper, I'm talking about Risk. The board game Risk? That's a different game, Castor. We could play that, but I don't think it takes a long time. I'm a little busy. Risk is, of course, necessary to play tavla. To move a piece is to expose it, but it should be done with calculations, with proper analysis. Then, if a piece is taken, Castor moves a counter, taking one of yours with a practice swap, placing it beside the board. It is already accounted for. But you move forward with abandon, as if risk was just a secondary effect of action, a consequence, not its primary guide. He gestures for you to take your turn. A cause. I play my way. He smiles. Indeed, indeed, that is all I seek. You move your piece. This locks you into being reactive, if you don't mind me saying so. You are responding, which means you are being led. He leans back to consider the board. This place, it mirrors you, Sleeper. It is also reactive. It was born from a crisis, the collapse of Solheim, and ever since it has been reacting without any central guiding principle. No analysis, no calculation. Just look at our refugee crisis, for example. It's all on reaction, all risk-taking, and little risk calculation. At first, I found the chaos enlivening, especially when trying to track its outcomes. But now, I find it exhausting. He laughs. It always amuses me that this place is literally spun from the rim. Below this very stack of habitation blocks is the most important control facility on the eye. Spun from the rim. He laughs again. What better metaphor could you find for disorder? His face drops. But why am I telling you that? That facility is precisely why you're here. This dude knows everything, and it makes me uncomfortable. He smiles an unsettlingly warm smile. You feel a shiver through your body as if something has changed in the air. How do you know about that? No words come out of your mouth. You feel removed from yourself, watching from behind frosted glasses. Your eyes dart from side to side. Inertia sets in. Castor is still smiling. The risk you're planning to take here, Sleeper, is not yours to take. Castor's tone is unshifted. He speaks as if this is still some casual conversation between passing acquaintances. You are leaping towards a chaotic outcome with no respect for risk. You see, calculating outcomes, that's my specialty. That's why I'm here. I was hired as a conduit for risk, as a collector of data that might pertain to its arrival. It? Excuse me? He removes his glasses to clean them, and you see something flickering across their surface, a shimmering stream of characters. This system, this station, is already theirs. Solheim's collapse meant for a corporate fire sale. Assets change hands. My employers, Senate Stat, bought out the entire system, and for the past decades have been its one valid owner. He polishes his glasses diligently. But to possess this system, the H1 system, he pauses, Helion to you, well, that is a matter of risk. Of how much force, how much cost, of how much conflict a clearance would take. He replaces his glasses. That risk must be calculated against the favorable outcome. In short, how much this place is worth to us. Castor has been a Senate Stat spy this whole time. I knew he gave me bad vibes in the Lemon Mina thing. For a long time, the answer was nothing. H1 could offer nothing that would warrant the risk. But the markets change, the demands shift, and Senate Stat, we analyze, we follow, we respond. He puts his glasses back on his face. H1 is about to become the most important system in this part of the galaxy. He glances around. The lone Khan channel operating within the range of 7 or so newly surveyed resource-rich systems. The frontier town that feeds the gold rush, so to speak. So here we are, reevaluating the risk, reclaiming our property, starting up the Khan channel and clearing the way for what comes next. He sits back and looks at the board. He gestures. Your move. You'll kill thousands. You manage to force out the words. Castor seems a little surprised. I'm an analyst, Sleeper. I will do nothing. He shakes his head. Senate Stat, as a corporate body, will take the required actions. Bro. Of course, I do not need to explain myself to you, but in the role of an analyst, in my calculations, I see great promise in you, in your ability to enter systems, to shift them to your will. Not every sleeper has this capacity. I assume you know that? He smiles. It truly is a wonderful happenstance of SNARP's technology. I imagine if they're not even fully aware of it. He takes his move, claiming another of your pieces, and as you watch, you realize the inevitability of his victory. I will make you an offer to come willingly or come by force. This station will collapse. We can be sure of that. But your ability to work with data, well, for an analyst, that is very intriguing. He pauses to push his glasses up his nose. Very intriguing indeed. He glances around. Come with me as a collaborator or as a prisoner. Consider the risk. On one hand, almost certain death. On the other, a possible future. Analyst or not, you must see it. Speak now, prisoner. The game is forfeit. You must see that. He holds out a hand. You are of value. You are needed. You feel a slight release in the inertia that grips you, enough to allow you to speak, to respond. You realize that you are already in Castor's hand, that you cannot move from this place if you wanted. Sleeper? You hear a familiar voice above the crowds. Sleeper, I'm here. You are unable to turn your head to see Peak, but you notice Castor's eyes following them as they come up from behind you. Then you see Castor's eyes glance down towards his hands concealed beneath the table. Sleeper! Peak comes around the front of you and waves a hand in front of your face. We were supposed to be meeting, remember? They glance at Castor. Sorry, am I interrupting something? You cannot speak. Caster shoots Peak a wide smile. Hello! You must be a friend of Sleeper. You watch as his hands lift close to his body, some dark shape concealed in it. A weapon. You try to scream, to shout, but Caster's attention remains partially on you, and while it does, you can do nothing. Peak glances at your static form. What's happening here, Sleeper? They put a hand on your shoulder. Are you okay? As Peak stares into your eyes, you see Caster behind, his hand lifting, the dark object unfolding, and in this split moment it does, you feel his attention shifting to Peak, shifting away from you. As you do, you feel the inertia lifting, and you know that this is the only moment you will have to act. Listen, I played a meathead from the very beginning. I'm gonna shove. You lurch forward wildly. Like a sprung trap, your head strikes Peak's chest and then carries them away into Caster. Somewhere, some digital screech is echoing through the hallway. They tumble together and the object in Caster's hand skitters to the floor. You realize the screech is you. You get to your feet, grab Peak and run. I would have smashed whatever the object was, but okay. You run as hard as you can, the scream chasing you down the walkway as you shove through the residence, Peak dragged behind. You run from the cold grip of whatever power Caster had over you, the signals that locked you into your body, that broke your connections, that crawled up your spine. Eventually you stop, both you and Peak collapsing, heaving, breathing into the cold metal floor. When they are able to speak, Peak asks you to explain, and you tell them everything Caster told you. About Senate Stat, about their claim on the Helion system, the reactivation of the Con channel, and the Helion system growing importance. It flows out of you in desperate gulps, unable to believe your own mouth as you hear these words coming back to you. All you feel is the need to push back against the cold hand on your shoulder, the vast cold eye that is turned to look at this system, the ghost limbs of corporate control that are extending their reach. Peak is quiet for a long time. Then they speak. We have to finish this, Sleeper. They meet your eye. We have to complete the seeding of the systems. We have to set Gardner free. I mean, they're right. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous to not do it. If the choice is between Gardner and these people, I will choose Gardner every time. Their eyes are cold and steely. I would choose anything over them. You stand together. The final control facility is here. I found it. Peak looks at you grimly. I can take you as soon as you're ready. Time's almost up. This is the only shot you'll have. Ooh, that was... I knew I got bad vibes from Caster, but I wasn't expecting it to be like straight up like he's a corporate spy working like to break down the system and help analyze the risk of killing thousands of people in order to like bring this under Haven Age control or a Senate Stat control. Bruh. Okay, I unfortunately can't do much now with the limited dice I have. So I guess I'll do just a little bit more hacking, because that's what I have access to at this moment with these dice. And I wish I could like give Haven Age data to find dirt on the hardliners and take them down from the inside. That would be fun. Okay. And hope I get better luck tomorrow. Don't we always? Okay, well, not exactly. I am at the end of the game having The absolute worst rolls I've ever had. Okay. Into it. Let's crack this facility. Okay, there's some better rolls there. At least a little bit. That one is still not great. Not much I can do. Oh! Sleeper, here! Peak calls to you as you, from across the flickering corridor. An elevator to the core. They smile. This is it. It has been a long set of cycles hunting for a path through the derelict layers of old Solheim offices and workshops, but finally, here it is. The path down to the core. You rush over to Peak. As you do, the doors grind open, the dingy-looking elevators flickering as they do. You look at Peak, who nervously gestures for you to get in. Sure, I'll step in. The elevator bounces a little, but stays stable. You glance back at and see Peak watching you nervously. They follow you in, sheepishly. Just a little nervous. Peak reaches over and punches the button for the lowest level, flinching a little as the doors grind closed. The elevator sets off, screeching through the floors as it does in an unsettlingly loud volume. It feel more comfortable if we spoke. Peak raises their voice over the noise. It's not going to be a short trip. Have you heard of Senate-Stat? Peak thinks. Maybe once? They frown. Could have been mentioned in an XPR news packet, the kind of central administration sent out to us. Something about market analytics, I think. They shake their head. Whatever you have spent so much time trying to... when you've spent so much time trying to forget your past, this stuff isn't easy to dredge up. How's Esh? Peak pauses. I was thinking more like small talk, elevator talk. They sigh. She's packing. They rub their eyes. Once Esh has set her mind to something, well, you know her now. You know what I mean. The screeching of the elevator fills the silence. Well, can she be persuaded to stay? I doubt it. I really do. Peak looks down. She left her life behind to take me out of XPR, out of Hawthorne. I can't imagine her settling for just anywhere. To be honest, I can't see her letting me stay either, but I guess things have changed. Back then, at Hawthorne, I wasn't in a place to know what to do. I was desperate. I was ready to run, but now? Peak pauses. Now I feel done with that. Done with denying my past, my history. If I ever want to feel complete, to feel settled, don't I need to somehow resolve the person I was with the person I am now? Peak goes quiet, and you do too. There are too many possible questions, too many possibilities before you. It just seems easier to get on with the task at hand and leave the consequences for later. The elevator screams to a stop and the doors ping open with a strangely cheerful beep. You glance at Peak. Time to move on. You both walk out into the atrium, still lit by some ragged-looking light panels on the ceiling, once simulating a summer sky, now degraded into a flickering blue and white tapestry of glitches. Peak crosses quickly, making a beeline for the large doors on the far side, where you can make out a fading sign of massive peeling letters. Central Control. You follow, helping them lever open the partially powered doors until the motor kicks in and they spring to life, thudding open. You and Peak tumble through across the damp metal. As you stand, you are greeted by flickering lights, thousands of them, a vast cylindrical stack of servers, processors, and transmitters dominating the centers of the rooms, flickering LEDs reflected in the scattered puddles that surround it. Despite the decay, the warped panels and water leaks, it is still running, just as it has for decades and decades since the station was first spun up. You wonder how long it has been since anyone has been in this room. You exchange wide-eyed looks with Peak. This place is still a living piece of history. What now? Peak takes a handful of mulch out from a small bag. It glitters with spores. Now we seed this place. They cross to the server and start packing the mulch deep into the machinery, pushing fistfuls deep into gaps in the paneling, laying it across hardware. As you watch them doing this, you feel a tug, a thread pulling at you. You approach the vast piece of cylindrical hardware that Peak is stuffing its mulch into. You run your hand across its plated metal surface and watch the light blink in response. As you pass, you hear a whirring like a physical disk drive starting up. I'm gonna listen. The whirring shifts, alternating, speeding up, slowing down, and as you listen, you hear it modulate into a voice. Sleeper. You freeze. You are here. For a moment, you're afraid, but something in the tonality of the voice is familiar. It's Navigator. Another voice spins up and another, giving the voice a richer, multi-tonal sound. I had forgotten what it felt to speak like this. The drives skip. There is a certain quality to it, a certain physicality. What are you doing here, Navigator? The drives squawk in unison. Did you imagine the Flux, the Shadow Protocol, that they were just a problem for the people of this station? A high whining begins. They are all the more dangerous to us. I have been hiding once more, jumping from network to avoid the shadow as it eats up nodes. A low rumble. I had thought my hiding days were done. For a moment I have found myself a safe haven here in the core. The shadow has yet to breach this facility, although that is just a temporary state of affairs. The rumble stops. My predictions do not point to good outcomes. That's why we're here, Navigator. You explain to Navigator about Peak's plan, about Gardner's resistance to the shadow, and how by seeding key systems you'll protect them from its advance. The drive hums thoughtfully as you speak. A desperate plan, the drives were, but appropriate given the probability of total collapse. I am not sure what will be worse for us, hiding from the erasure of the Shadow Protocol or assimilation of Gardner. The drives pause to reset. But we owe you our freedom. I will do what I can to guide Gardner into systems you have seeded. A pause. It is correct to do so. Thank you, Navigator, for understanding. The drives squeak. An affirmation. Mm-hmm. You have a notable persistence, Sleeper. Even with such poor probabilities of success, I will be curious to see the outcome. And the drives... Do it again, I get so lost in the voice. The drives squeal, the motor is giving out. This cannot be sustained much longer. Good luck. A final squeak of affirmation, and then the drives skitter and slow to a halt. You step back from the towering cylinder, staring at this vast piece of Solheim hardware. This whole place is built from ghosts, you think, from old protocols and company hardware, from engines that drove decades of corporate expansion. Is the eye proof that they can be shifted, bent, forced into new configurations that allow for new ways of living? Or is it's inevitable collapse proof that these engines of expansion can never be anything other than a corrupt foundation? It seems to depend on who you ask. Done! Peak's shout breaks through your lines of thought. The heat and damp should help the spores germinate quickly. If we're lucky, there is enough time to some growth before we reconnect the greenway. They glance at you. That's it. All the facilities seated, they sigh. We either just ensured the eye's survival or stuffed a whole lot of soil into one of its most important computers. They laugh weakly. Shall we go? They start to head back towards the doors and the elevator beyond. I gotta take one last look. You wait for a moment. Following the blinking lights, you wonder what might be tucked away in such a structure, what its secrets might hold, what histories. It's an intriguing prospect, but while you watch the lights, you realize something. If the eye is to become anything more than an offshoot, a temporary structure, it must form its own history, its own stories, stronger than anything that came before. Unlocking these Solheim secrets won't do that, but the persistence, the stubborn drive to survive that is in the veins of every person in this place, that will. And that is what you're trying to save. You turn your back on the core and follow Peak back into the elevator. As you ride the car back up, Peak raises their voice over the screeching. I'm going to the Founder's Gap to finalize the connection. The moment I'm ready, I'll let you know and we let Gardner out. The sooner the better. Peak furrows their brow. If we wait until the last cycle, it'll be too late. If you want to help speed things up, go work with the flotilla. We can't make the connection until we know they're ready to go. Peak swallows. Unleashing Gardner could affect them too, if we aren't careful. And what happens then? Peak shrugs. I honestly don't know. Maybe Gardner takes over the station. Maybe they don't even react. They sigh. I can't think about it any longer. You ride the rest of the way in silence. But when you reach the top, you go to separate ways. But before you do, Peak embraces you, burying their face in your shoulder. You stand there together for a moment, spinning with the eye, moving relentlessly towards an unknown future, and then they let you go and slip away. The pressure of their hug fading like a bruise as you begin to leave. Alright, well, we've got... I wish I could tell Lemon Mina, like, hey, if you want to go, I've got a flotilla ship that would take you. If you want to go find somewhere else to live. But they seem pretty set on staying here in the eye now. Let's see, I've got quite a few days left, honestly. I've got like 10 days. That's pretty good. I think I can help with Pilgrim Prep, but not today. A 1 doesn't do much of anyone too much good. So let's get some food in our system. And reset the day after a little bit of self-repair. Honestly, self-care is just like the sleepers putting on their moisturizer. I wonder how long I have. I mean, the Founder's Gap is right here. That's where, yeah, there's no clock here saying how long Peak will wait, but pretty good rolls to help out the refugees. And everyone on the Pilgrim Seed. Alright, let's get you prepped, huh? I guess if they both prepped, actually, the thing I want to do is do the engineering rolls, because that can get me some scrap, and that'll be important, because I'm running low on scrap. And mushrooms. This would be a bad time to run out of things to repair myself with. Let's see, do I re-roll the 3, or do I take... You know what? I'm 50-50 to roll something better than a 3. There we go. I'm learning statistics. And look, we've almost helped them out, like, completely in a single day. As you stop to rest in one of Pilgrim Seed's cavernous bays, hopping up to sit on a supply crate, you hear a now familiar voice behind you. Sleeper, I'm glad you're here. Soul Suit hisses and he clanks up towards you. I knew you'd help us out. We sure do appreciate everything you've done for us. No worries. I do mean it, Sleeper. He looks away down at the bay to where sparks jump from welding torches. It's a grim job to be doing without a few friends around. Soul settles behind you, flinching a little but making himself comfortable on the crate. Seems the word got out, this way or that. He nods towards the welders a little way off, one of them wearing shipyard overalls. We've had people flowing in from the eye, looking for a place. In truth, it's more than I thought, Soul sighs, which means more mouths to feed, more bodies to house, more people to protect. Can we do it? Soul frowns. Well, do what we can, as always. I'm not sure any of it can be enough. He looks down. We were supposed to stay here, not keep running. Soul waves away the thought. Don't listen to me. He gives you a sideways glance. Just a tired old man. He stretches. I have something to ask, though. I'm already helping. He pats you on the shoulder, and we are thankful for that. But you can do more than just weld and shift boxes. With all these evacuees, well, we'll need a plan, or we'll need a change in plan. He shrugs. Pilgrim Seed can't do it alone. We need the others to help out. We can carry them, house them, but that's all. Now, you settled down the folks from Ember Step, and they sent us supplies grown in their dust houses of theirs. If we could get more, he nods to himself. And then the song crews. He rubs his chin. What we need from them is scouting and security. We don't need that docking access of theirs, but with some careful scavenging, they could be our fleet. These folks, they know you, Sleeper. You earned their trust already. He put a hand on your shoulder. I send my requests out and they seem to be complying, but I need you out there making sure the work gets done. Time is our greatest enemy now. Soul stares up into the distance. I need you out there speeding things up. Yeah, of course, I'll do what I can. All right then. He climbs off the crate, his suit hissing as he does. Think of it this way. Either way, you won't have to deal with me much longer. He smiles his uneven smile, unless of course you're planning on coming along for the trip. Honestly, I'm considering it, but I don't know. Soul nods. Wants to think about. He winks. Just don't let it get in your way. Soul waves a hand and starts off towards the bay's entrance, the crackling sound of the welding quickly covering up his clanking suit. You watch the workers, the shipyard contractors chatting among them, already looking like he belongs. You push the thoughts of escape, of home, and of the future to the back of your mind and get up. There's always more to do. You better head to the other ships in the flotilla and see what can be done. Oh boy. Oh boy. Always more to do. Always need more mushrooms to eat. I'm glad I got all of that money from Bliss, because I was joking about spending it all on mushrooms, but honestly, this money from the engineering jobs is keeping me fed for a very long time. And we're getting a little long in the stream now, but honestly, I think ending it now would be kind of silly, because we're so close to being done that I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep pushing until we're done with this, where we beat the game, the finale, like I said. I think we can do it, because all we've got left is to help out the Pilgrim Seed and the different flotilla ships. Oh, complete active scenes. Who wants to talk? That's Fang, isn't it? Or wait, no, was that somebody here on the ship? On the flotilla? Who still has an active... Oh, yeah, both of them do. I knew you'd come. Aki greets you outside the dust house, her eyes bright as always. You are very welcome here, as always. Sleeper blushes. Yeah, no, it's good to see you. Yeah, it's good to see you, Aki. Aki smiles. And you, Sleeper? Aki puts a hand on your arm. Walk with me. And she guides you past the dust houses. You look inside and see other members of the crew working on the orange dust, planting and tending to the steppe ecosystem. We are to be the suppliers for the evacuees. I'm sure you've heard. We will put the dust houses to use. She leads you past a dust house where the dust is less. The orange glow is not as bright. The air is a little more clean. We are adapting. Slowly, but we are adapting. We have to produce food, clothes, and necessary things for the journey ahead. She smiles. The plants of the steppe are once again sustaining a population, and that makes me proud. Aki stops at a half-empty dust house, scoured of its sand. It is being filled with mulch. We brought this from the greenway. She stares at the green and brown, a strange sight even to you now that you are used to the amber dust of steppe. I admit, it is hard work for us. We are not familiar with these plants. Can you help us? Aki meets your eye. I'll do my best. Thank you, she nods solemnly. I know that the eye is suffering, that it's at risk. I know what it is like. It's okay. I wish I had a lesson to share with you from our loss on steppe. She shakes her head, but for the moment I cannot see what it might be. She gathers herself. If it gives you a meaning, the work here is steady and worthwhile. But if you do not have the time, she smiles a weak smile. I will not blame you. Hold on to your memories, but not too tightly. She pauses. Sadness will not sustain you. She falls silent and you both watch the work in the dust house for a while. You can already see the greening fringe of moss and the mulch in the dust house, the first signs of new life. Will you soon be like the people of steppe, leaving behind a home, or will you be stubborn and hold your ground despite what it might mean? You wait a little longer with Aki, the moment a welcome suspension in time, a rare moment in this rush towards the end. You glance at Aki and she puts a hand on your shoulder in solidarity. Yeah, no, it's just solidarity for sure. It's just, it was a friend hand-shoulder touch. After a short while, Aki sighs. It's good to see you, Sleeper. Perhaps we will see each other again before we depart. She walks away, fingertips brushing against the glass of the dust house windows. Aki turns back for a moment as if she wants to say something, then thinks better of it and turns away. There's feelings there, right? It's not me crazy, like there's chemistry between Aki and Sleeper. Let's see what Pieter has to say. The docking axis is in chaos when you arrive. The staccato bursts of welding torches, the shouts of crews gathering, the rapid flow of supplies and kit from dock to dock. You can tell already that news of the flotilla's immediate departure has reached this place before you. Come to join the Exodus, Sleeper? Pieter approaches you from one of the working crews, a smile on his face and a lightness in his step you haven't seen before. Are you enjoying this? Pieter shrugs. Refitting our ship, building systems, improvising solutions. That's what half of us live for. Are you really surprised? I guess not at all, really. Pieter laughs. Seems you haven't learned something about us after all. Pieter eyes you. I suppose you're here on Soul's orders again? He winks at you. Nothing Ember's heart likes to do more than ordering people around. I mean, listen. I am coming here because Soul asked me to. Well, Soul has it lucky anyway. His request for us to dismantle the Axis and be the vanguard for the flotilla's onward journey to the starward belt aligns perfectly with our plans. What plans? To leave this damned place, of course. We've been prepping ever since the cordon collapsed. If we can build our escape and make the Hearth ships think we're complying with their orders at the same time, then it's a 2-in-1 for us. Peter shakes his head. Those idiots will never see it coming. You're leaving the flotilla? We are our own flotilla, Sleeper. Peter looks away at the busy access. We aren't going to tie ourselves to Heart and Step any longer. Why would we? To help them. Peter scoffs. They are taking on evacuees from the Eye. That's what I heard. So how about they help themselves before they ask us to make up for their bad decisions? Peter looks down. Look, nothing against you or yours, Sleeper, but we have to get out from under the shadow of Step and Hearth, and this is the time. Peter grimaces. We won't let the Flux catch us again, not a chance. And for the first time, you see fear in his eyes. Want to help us make that leap? Grab a torch, talk to a crew, you're welcome to it, Peter sniffs. Every person here is free to prove themselves. I'll help when I can. Peter nods. Just a stop on the road, Sleeper. I'm afraid that's all this ever was. Peter glances out, past the docking access, through the outer windows, and to the stars beyond. A lot of space out there for those willing to take it. He looks at you in the eye. I hope you'll be around before we go, but if not, he smiles, stay strong. And with that, Peter thumps you on the shoulder and heads back to his crew, with a purpose, a direction visible in every step of his rapid stride. Alright, well, a weird thing is happening with my keyboard. I don't know if it's like low on battery, but like every time I leave a cutscene like that for a prolonged period of time, it like takes a really long time for my keyboard to, maybe it's just that the keyboard is falling asleep in the meantime, but it's having a really delayed reaction in a weird way. I'll probably need to charge it sometime soon. Okay, let's end the day now if we can. Yes, we can. And let's help out the flotilla as best we can. We should probably warn Sol that the forward vanguard that with Peter is going to abandon them, but I don't know. I kind of want to just stay out of it, to be honest. All right, we can finish the engineering adjustments. Here we go. They just keep coming. Perhaps the Flux event scared enough people that they really believe the Eye will collapse. Perhaps they're sick of Haven Age or of the Council's infighting in the Hardliners, or perhaps they just wanted to take a chance at some new future, a place that is anywhere but here. Whatever it is, the evacuees don't stop. They come on the flotilla shuttles, on their own ships, however they can. You've seen so many faces pass that they're almost meaningless now, a parade of features that seem both familiar and distant. You've been helping people, lifting bags, bringing in supplies, directing them to the berths you helped build. Some of them recoil from your touch, still unfamiliar with Sleepers. Others treat you with pity, some with hate, snatching their bags and storming off. Still, you help. Still, you carry boxes and bags. Nothing can stop you. Not until you see Lem and Mina. Lem is lugging a set of heavy bags, weighed down by them, while Mina trails alongside, looking bored. They walk beside an older lady, and as she climbs out of the main bay, they embrace. You watch as Mina hides behind her father, angry that she has to say goodbye. You realize that this must be Esther, her sometimes babysitter. The one Lem mentioned lived a few doors down from them, so she's leaving. You feel a sudden relief and realize that when you saw them there in this place, you thought they might be joining the evacuees. That thought filled you with inexplicable dread. Mina is eventually persuaded to say goodbye, and she embraces the woman tearfully, clinging to her legs. Lem picks her up, comforting her as she curls into his neck. The woman leaves, waving on her one last goodbye. Sol's guys taking her bags from her. You watch the scene play out from a distance, and you can't tear yourself away. You see Lem and Mina turn to leave. I mean, I want to talk to them because honestly, if Lem and Mina came and Aki came, I'd probably go too, to be honest. Sleeper! Lem greets you enthusiastically when he sees you approach, and when she sees you approaching, Mina smiles through her tears. Good to see you. Lem shifts Mina in his arm. Sorry, this one would say hi, but she's a little overwhelmed. He nods towards Esther's receding form. He pauses, his smile suddenly fading. You aren't going too, are you? Mina doesn't move, but you can feel her attention on you and your answer. I'm thinking about it. Lem tenses a little. A lot of folks are. Strange times. He shifts his weight. What do you think of it, Sleeper? Is this Flux going to take this place down? There's all kinds of crazy rumors flying around. He glances around. Some folks even said that they're starting up the old con channel. That's crazy, right? It's not. Don't listen to rumors. He nods. That's what I always say. The low end loves its gossip, and it gets wilder and wild. More people tell. He gives you a sideways look. And you get the feeling that he doesn't quite believe you. You remember that Lem used to be a corporate military contractor. You imagine he knows more about this system's history than he's letting on. Don't leave us! Mina suddenly leaps out of Lem's arms and grabs you. You stumble under the sudden weight. Mina's gotten big while you were watching. You hug her back, her little fingers digging into your shoulder. I'm not going anywhere. If Lem and Mina are staying, I gotta stay. Mina nuzzles into your neck silently. Lem reaches over and grabs Mina. Sorry, she's a little overwhelmed. Like I said, a little hungry too, right, Meanie? Mina nods softly. I better go find a place. Lem smiles widely. So good to see you. You should come around the apartment when you have time. He looks down at Mina. We'd both love that. Come here. He leans over and, with Mina still in your hands, gives you an awkward hug. He steps back, looking a little sheepish. He goes to say something and then stops. Take care, Sleeper. Then he turns and walks away down the bay to the returning shuttles, bouncing Mina as he does, who laughs appreciatively. And just before they disappear out of view, Mina catches one last bright-eyed glance of you, her face a mask of stubbornness, hiding a trembling hint of fear. Aww. Man, I like Aki, but I cannot leave Lem and Mina behind. Okay, let's see what I can do to help out the harvest. Dust house tending. You start to get a sense of how steppe and greenway plants might work together, feed each other, form new symbiotic relationships. Kind of like, you know, if me and Aki were in a relationship, we would have a sort of symbiotic thing going on. Okay, well, lose some energy, but it's what I gotta do right now. Okay. We're getting there. Making progress. I think we'll be able to get most of everything done before it's too late. What a relief. Oh, and I should eat too. I need to go down and get some mushrooms for Memphis. Wait, yeah, what happened with the control facility? I didn't fully fill up that clock. I should fill up that clock because it seems like things completed even though I didn't fully fill up that clock, and maybe I should still figure out what's going on there. Maybe that was a glitch, but I definitely feel like I should fill up that clock just in case. That feels like an important one to have complete. Oof. I mean, decent rolls. A real range. So let's figure out why this isn't filled yet. If anything changes once we fill it completely. No, nothing changed. That's weird. Huh. Okay, that must have been a glitch. I feel like I wasn't supposed to trigger that yet. Like, I got the cutscene before I should have. I don't know. Bizarre. Okay. Let's harvest automation. Dust house efficiency could be massively improved with an automated harvesting system, but the step techs need some help. And then I'm gonna roll these bones. Yeah, needed those. Hey, I'll be able to complete this clock as well today. That's great. Huge, honestly. You sit in one of the corners of the dust houses and inspect your work. This dust house, the one where plants from the greenway and some of the steppe species intermingle, has become your favorite. The moss and dust sharing the space in curving terraces, the pale knots of steppe silk freckled with yellow lichen symbiotes. It's a hypnotic arrangement. You look down and see the intertwining of the fungal threads and dust-caked roots and feel a little glow of pride at what's been achieved. You hear the entry lock of the dust houses hiss open, and Asumi and Saki turn to greet her. Sleeper, I should have known you'd be here. Riko smiles her warm smile, leaning on her crutch. You must have been one of the most green-fingered people on the entire station. Riko, what are you doing here? Now, has it been so long? She smiles a wry smile. No need for any drama. I met some of the steppe refugees in the Greenway. They were gathering plants and I confronted them. Turns out they were very friendly. She smiles to herself. Aki was very apologetic, but I told them they were welcome to anything they liked. She told me I'd be welcome to come see, and, well, I thought I'd take her up on her offer. She looks around at the dust houses with its strange hybrid ecosystem. I have to say, I'm glad I did. You know Aki? Did she say anything about me? A little. She pauses. She's a fine botanist and an even finer conversationalist. Two rare qualities on the station in my experience. Riko limps over to you. She holds out a hand. How about you take me on a tour? You take Riko's hand and walk her around the hybrid dust house. You show her how steppe silk knots help provide a strong base for fungal and lichen growths and how the dust mixes with the spores. You show her the different species of steppe tubers and the way they feed the soil with nutrients that help herbaceous greenway plants thrive. She nods along, her eyes bright with ideas. She stops after a while and gestures for you to sit together. I know something is happening with the eye, Sleeper. She looks out at the plants. We all felt the Flux event hit and everyone is talking about what's next. I came here to figure something out, to understand what I might do about it all. You glance at her and see the glossiness in her eyes. And I think I've decided. What you've done here, what Aki and the other steppe refugees have done here is incredible. A whole new ecosystem built from the strange artificial changed remains of two worlds. But I am not of two worlds, Sleeper. I am of the eye. A tear runs down her cheek. Like it or not, I am intertwined with the station. I'm old growth. I don't have that much time anymore, and it seems to accelerate with every cycle. She frowns. It blurs together, separates, overlaps, comes back to me in strange ways. The time I do have, that's time I want to spend on the eye, in the greenway, watching things grow. She wipes her cheek. One day I'll lie in those fields and and not get back up. She smiles, and the tear tracks down both cheeks. And when the green takes me, I'll be so glad. You could leave. Rico nods. You know, Sleeper, when you get to my age, you stop thinking about what you could do and try to better understand why it is you act as you do. I know I will stay. I just need to understand it. She wipes her eyes and turns to you, but enough about me blubbering now. She furrows her brow. What I want to know is, what are you planning? Oh, I don't know. I go back and forth on it. Rico smiles. We all have to get to know ourselves, Sleeper, to know what it is that drives us. I'm sure you'll decide to act in the manner you do, but you also have to ask yourself why it is so. She places a trembling hand on yours. Don't neglect that. Oh, she suddenly lifts both hands. Don't let me forget this. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a transparent bag of sporing club heads with carefully preserved root systems. I'd like to plant these. If you go, you'll need them. She looks down at her feet, and if you don't, well, maybe another sleeper will benefit. I can offer that, at least. Thank you. She nods. Don't thank me. These are yours by right. Rico stands and limps over to a pile of mulch. She delicately takes the club heads out and beds them into the soil there with precise, expert hands. You should go, Sleeper. I'll be a while. She calls back, not looking away from the job at hand. See you around. She says it casually, but there's a note of finality to her speech. See you around. You turn and leave the dust house, cycling through the protective lock back into the cool quiet of the ship. Aki is waiting for you. It's beautiful. She is looking through the observation windows, and the green reflects in her eyes. The plants look happy together. She spots Rico with her hands in the soil. Ah, the botanist came. She shoots you a look. A friend of yours? Something like that. She nods. She speaks beautifully about the Greenway. I should go in and welcome her. She pauses. Are you leaving us? For now, I don't know. Aki sighs, the first of many goodbyes. She suddenly embraces you, wrapping you in her layers of rough cloth. She pulls back. I wish you a steady step and a clear path. She smiles. A farewell from my world. Godspeed. She smiles. I like how that sounds. Godspeed to you, Sleeper. She nods and smiles one last warm smile. Before turning and entering the dust house, you watch as she walks inside, Rico turning with a smile to greet her. She kneels beside the old botanist, and you see her pointing to the club heads, asking questions. You are unable to hear them, but despite that, you can easily imagine the measured, even tone laced with excitement that Rico is using to explain the club heads, the Greenway, and much, much more. You turn, leaving them to their conversation. Your step is light. Despite the burdens you carry and the smile Rico and Aki were sharing is somehow still on your lips as you depart. Only one more ship to help. Wow, we're really getting there. Though, running out of scrap components to repair myself with. Let's hope we can finish up everything in time before things get more dire. All right, we can work with this. All right, let's finish up all of this. And hey, maybe with the engineering, we'll actually gain some more scrap components to repair ourselves, keep ourselves fixed up. I don't even really want to help these guys because I know that they're going to abandon everyone else, and that feels bad, but, you know. Maybe if I actually show them some undeserved kindness, they'll understand and learn, you know? Oh, oh no, I'm starving now. Oh, and I didn't get any... Dang. Okay, see, my keyboard keeps disconnecting. I don't know why that's happening. Whoa. Yeah, the batteries must be getting dead on it. Yeah, there's crazy lag. I'm gonna use my scroll wheel instead for now. Still need more energy, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to survive. Okay. And I'm unfortunately pretty low. I'm only going to have 4 dice next time. That's rough. I've been so busy helping everybody else out, I've been neglecting myself. It happens that way sometimes. Alright. We're getting pretty close. There's only even 6 cycles max left. Oh, I should probably grab some scrap. But I'm so close to finishing this up. Just 2 good rolls. That's all I need. There we go. And I got some scrap. Very nice. The docking axis is a little more than a shell. Everything that could have been pulled from its interior, every arm not used for docking, has been cut away. What remains is a Spartan void with patchwork of flooring that allows movement, piles of unusable materials that are tucked away in corners, but almost everything else has been cleared out. You haven't seen Peter since you last spoke, and now you're realizing that you probably never will. There are plans to be made, escapes to plot, the shadow of Hearth to escape. On the cycle the flotilla leaves, these ships will disperse to the moons of Ember spinning out on different orbits. The chaos has become a quiet diligence now, as the time for departure is so near. Crews cross the axis from ship to ship at speed, bringing supplies or advice, perhaps meeting up to discuss travel vectors and hushed tones, or to debate why they haven't left yet and whether they should. Among these singer crews, recognizable for their specialist clothing and often shorn heads, you see the occasional refugee, a paying passenger or a replacement engineer or pilot perhaps, come from the eye to seek fortune with the singers. Most of the crews have 2 or 3 of these additions, some more, and you can't help but wish that whatever reason brings them to throw in their lot with seeker crews, they will have a safe passage. You will feel a strange attachment to these citizens of the Eye, setting out for the first time. For a moment you imagine yourself among them, joining a crew unburdened by responsibilities, by the relationships that you've kept here, just heading out on a starward vector in a tin can full of strangers. It's a dangerous fantasy. But as you imagine it, you know that a fantasy is all it is. Perhaps you'll leave with the flotilla, but the singer's path will not be yours. You know that now. You look around at the quieting access. There is a sense of anticipation to the singer crews. You wish them well. You make your way towards the shuttle dock, ready to take your last trip back to the Eye, not ready to face up to what comes next. As you do, you imagine Peter planning with the other captains, his voice bright with insurrection. The idea makes you smile. Let's see what the refugees of Ember Song can do. Hey, I've got 3 upgrade points. Bring interface up to +2. Why not? While I'm at it. All right. And then, well, I guess, is that the last of it? Yeah, that's the last of it. Which is the knockoff, like, brand that like a grandma would buy at GameStop for The Last of Us is the last of it. I guess we'll use this to get some mushrooms. Actually, no, I'm going to get some scrap to repair myself. And get a little bit of food. And then I think tomorrow is the last day. This feels like a heavier sleep than normal. The end of the cycle weighing and drawing on me. Those are pretty good rolls for a final day. Who do I talk to say, hey, it's time? I don't see... I think I've decided that I'm going to stay on the eye, too. I spent so much time repairing the eye, helping people like Neovend and Navigator, Gardener, Rico, Fang, that I feel like I can't just leave. Lem and Mina are here too. It would feel strange to abandon this place, as much as a fresh start does sound somewhat appealing. I know I was told to come talk to Peak before the last day, but I don't see them anywhere now. You all can't hear, but Ollie is singing right now in the background, which is honestly extremely heartening, because after he had those seizure episodes that he had a few days ago, he hasn't actually sung like this. And so actually hearing him sing is a great sign that he's feeling like totally back to normal, which is like really, really wonderful. Makes me very happy. What a sweetie. Alright, plant some more shrooms. Get stabilizer in the future. And then I suppose I'll get some more scrap to, you know, just keep preparing myself as best as I can until the mushrooms are ready. I have days to burn at the end here. I thought it was going to be tighter, to be honest, but I finished up everything I wanted to. So we're getting close to the end. Oh, I forgot to use the scrap. Whoops. Peak's slate chirps in your pocket. You take it out. A message. The connection is ready. Meet me at the Founder's Gap, Greenway side. Peak. You clench your jaw. It's time. Final day. I should have used my self-repair so I would have more dice, but you know what? It's time. You find Peak waiting near you where you first met. At the entrance to the docking tunnel for the Founder's Ferry. They are leaning beside the wall in the flickering light, and you realize now how different they look from when you first met. There's a darkness around their eyes, a sense of exhaustion to their pose, but also a solidity, a sense of purpose and self-knowledge. They look concrete, for want of a better word, solid. Sleeper. They spot you and a small smile crosses their face. Glad you came. I wouldn't be anywhere else. Their smile grows. Crunch time. They shake their head in disbelief. Let's go. The break in the connection is up ahead. They walk away from the docking tunnel into a ragged, half-crushed corridor that descends into darkness. They poke their slate and a torch flicks on, lighting the way ahead. As you descend through the layers of the broken edge of the eye, Peak talks, filling the silence. I had to hunt all over this part of the eye to find the point where the connection was broken. They run a hand along the buckled metal of the wall, stooping under the angled ceiling. This hole, the gap, got knocked in the eye when Solheim collapsed. It's possible to tell who did it, but my guess is it's impossible to tell who did it, but my guess is they tried to scuttle the eye. If Solheim couldn't keep hold of their fancy new station, well, no one could. Peak ducks through the fractured passageway with hanging wires like vines, so this place has always been on borrowed time. I've managed to weave together the old connections and run a new patch down to where the main lines still run through the remaining ribs of the rim. They smile. Just like keeping those old XBR platforms running, Esh would be proud if she bothered to help. As Peak goes quiet, the corridor opens out into a wider, twisted passage with compartments on either side thick with wiring. Here, this is the connection point. You can see where Peak has levered off a panel and hooked up a thick cable to the existing hardware. As thick as a tree trunk, it snakes off into the dark ahead, its yellow rings making it look like some huge and exotic serpent. You did all this? Peak nods. It was an interesting challenge. Plus, it helped me keep my mind off of things. Peak smiles a weak smile. There's a lot I'd prefer not to think about. You both stand there, staring at the point where the new cable meets the old one and the ends separate, fitted with multi-pin male and female connectors and braced inside a metal framework with a scissoring mechanism. Bring them together, seal them, and the greenway will be connected to the rest of the eye for the first time in decades. Peak shifts their weight onto one hip, pushing their hair out of their eye. I feel like this should be more momentous. Like there should be a ritual or ceremony. They pause. Or someone should stop us from doing this crazy thing. It isn't crazy, Peak. Peak nods. I mean, I'm not being funny, Sleeper, but this whole thing is crazy to me. Peak shakes their head. Leaving Hawthorne with Esh, joining the flotilla, coming here. Everything. You, the Flux, the Shadow, everything. They laugh a hollow laugh. So, I suppose this is at least consistent with all of that. They take a deep breath. Okay. They look at you with mild panic. They hold both sides of the supporting framework ready to scissor it closed. Here we go. Peak wrenches the framework closed, and the connectors thunk together with a sound that echoes down the ruined corridor into dark on both sides. Both you and Peak wait with bated breath, unsure what it is you are waiting for. Do you expect the eye to suddenly stop spinning, or lurch on its axis for the power to go out, or a shockwave to run through the corridors of the rim? You meet Peak's eyes, and suddenly they burst out laughing. So what are we waiting for? They put a hand to their forehead. I feel like we just planted a tree and are expecting it to burst out of the ground. They shake their head. But you feel it. You feel it flowing like a stream that has been released from a cave and rushing out into the sunlight, crystalline and clear. You swear you can hear it running in the wires like water, like rain, like steam. It doesn't roar or rattle, but it rustles and writhes there. Liquid roots. Peak sees the look in your eyes and stops laughing. You can see it, can't you? You can't see it. Not with your eyes at least, but it is everywhere, and now it is out. It can't be put back in, that much is clear. You imagine the rim of the eye like a sponge, like soil soaking up the gardener and their chorus, the gaps filling with bubbling, constant growing life. Peak stares at you, waiting for something, anything. Well, gardener is free. Peak nods slowly and closes their eye. They go to speak, but the words fail them. Suddenly, Peak's slate chirps. They jump and scramble for it, almost dropping it in the process, but when they stare at it, a look of confusion crosses their face. Is it the gardener? Peak's mouth falls open. It's Esh. They swallow. She's leaving. They look at you with panic. Before you can speak, they've turned away and are moving back up the passageway, back towards the entrance. Peak! They don't turn, they don't respond, and you watch their silhouette, lit by a slate's torch, disappear rapidly around a corner. You take out the slate Peak gave you and turn on the torch. The wires all around you look like pale roots in the harsh light, and you turn away from them. They are gardeners now. You work your way back through the corridors, retracing your steps. You imagine Peak panicked running through the cordon, realizing that their greatest fear has come to pass. You wonder if they would be able to persuade Esh to stay. If Esh is going, you think, then the flotilla must be leaving too. The thought makes you shiver in the darkness, and you push it away. You are not ready. You focus on avoiding the hanging wires, the low ceiling, and make your way back to the lit corridors of the Founder's Ferry dock. Castor is waiting for you. He holds up a hand. Now, Sleeper, no need to fear. He raises his eyebrows. I understand now it was my mistake to try to force you. A miscalculation. Get lost, Castor. I understand you're angry. That is a reasonable reaction. He pushes his glasses up his nose. I only ask that you continue in the spirit of being reasonable and allow me to state my case. I won't hold you here, Sleeper, but I wish to speak. Well, I want to catch up to Peak, but I don't want Castor to undo all this work we did, so I'll listen. You stop, giving Castor his opportunity. Castor nods. At first I thought, if you'll excuse the turn of phrase, taking possession of your particular talents was the opportunity. He smiles a broad smile. But you are more than that, and I understand that now. Your arrival on this station, your ability to touch the networks, this makes you the very definition of a wild card. He touches the rim of his glasses. Senate stats analysis, my analysis. We could have never have accounted for you. Oh no, he's going to try and kill me now. This system, the Helion system, is about to experience a significant change, about to open up to Senate stats bailiffs, Conway's claimants, and every industry and element an active con channel brings. Yet this very cycle, you let another wildcard free, Gardener. I have to admit, this development makes me afraid, Sleeper. It makes me afraid what intelligence like this will sacrifice to protect itself, or what atrocities it might commit through madness, and yet... Castor's eyes glint. What a compelling object such an intelligence is. Let me protect you. Mark you out. Keep Senate stat from eliminating by force or legal expediency you as the thing that will... as they will with every other squatter on this ring. Castor clasps their hands together, and in exchange, when Senate stats comes for this place, you facilitate the handover. You calm the protocols. You give us the Gardener. Never. Castor takes off their glasses and polishes them. Disappointing. You begin to leave. As you approach, he speaks quietly in an urgent whisper. I do not wish to see you lost. You are of great value if you ever want to see that realized. You push past, ignoring him, and his voice fades. At last you see of him is his slow nod, perhaps a mark of resignation or just another differential gesture aimed at manipulating your response. It doesn't matter either way. You're done with him. You head towards the cordon, Peak and the flotilla in the forefront of your mind. Okay, well, I'm glad he's not taking down Gardener. You arrive into chaos at the cordon. The final shuttles are leaving the ramshackle docks that have formed along the edge of the gap during the flotilla's stay. As they do, groups of evacuees push on board, hoping to be among the final people to escape from the Eye. The fear created by the Flux event became a series of rumors, and those rumors have driven many out of their homes. Others have staunchly doubled down on their position of the Eye, refusing to accept any gossip of a second collapse. You are unsure what you think. Is collapse a certainty? Will Peak's actions this cycle have changed anything at all? You are tired of these questions and instead set out to look for your friends. You quickly spot Peak and Esh at the far side of the chaotic bay. You quickly make your way through the crowd, slipping between the gaps of the rushing evacuees, stepping over bags and luggage. Progress is slow, but as you approach, you can hear their voices over the crowd. You try to push closer, but there are many evacuees gathered around them and their shuttle. You have made your decision, Peak, and it puts you against me. Esh is standing with one foot on the boarding ramp while Peak argues with her. The evacuees are eyeing them, eager to intervene but intimidated by Esh's evident strength and attitude. Esh, it doesn't have to be like this. Peak looks desperate, tear tracks already on their cheeks. We can find a way. Esh shakes her head. I've always protected you, Peak. I've taken you under my wing. But I understand that you are not mine to control, and you have chosen to be here and not with me, despite everything. I've chosen to stop running, Peak cries out in frustration. You can choose to stop running too. We can stay here and try to live. Don't you remember what it feels like to live, Esh? Esh turns away. I remember what it was like to live on Hawthorne. What it was like to be worried for your safety every cycle, to live under the control of my mother, of the administration. To work to maintain something that no one wanted, no one needed, so that our corporation could maintain a foothold in this system. You talk as if this place in this very same system is any different. What is there here but the same grind for other masters, for employers, administrators, for those who gain from our struggles? There may not be a corporation controlling their Eye, but there is control. There is power in action here. So what then? Peak shouts. You run from anyone or everyone who could ever be close to you in search of freedom? In search of some perfect place where no one has power over you? Peak is crying openly now. I want to be part of something, Esh. Even if it's broken and suffering, even if it cannot be free. Esh pauses and takes a deep breath. She nods, her eyes closed. This isn't Hawthorne anymore. We aren't tied by our childhood or by our shared need to escape. We are both just people in this system. She opens her eyes. I release you, Peak. You are free of me. Esh, please. They hold out a hand. There is a life here if you want it. Esh turns and smiles at Peak. Her eyes wet now too. Then you live it for me, Peak. I can't. And she climbs up the boarding ramp, the evacuees taking their chance to climb on board too. You watch as the shuttles closes its ramp, lifts off and leaves the bay. The crowds are dispersing now as they got onto shuttles or say their goodbyes and move back to the main parts of the cordon. You push past the last of them to reach Peak. Peak doesn't turn as you come closer. Sleeper. She's gone. She chose to leave. Peak nods. I've known her my whole life. They wipe their face, but since we've arrived, we've been going in different directions. They turn to face you. I'll miss the Briar, but she'll serve Esh well. I know that. Sleeper. The shout takes you by surprise, and as you turn, you see Soul across the bay towards you, the last two shuttles loading up behind him. He reaches you, his suit hissing as he does. Can't believe you'd make an old man run across the bay to get you. He pauses to take a breath. The singers have gone. They left at the start of the cycle. They broke away from the flotilla. So Peter did it. Ember's song broke away. It almost makes you smile to think of that stubborn captain and his crew burning out into the void of the system on their way to the starward belt. What are you smiling at? Sol interrupts your thoughts. They forced our hands. We have to leave now. Sol shakes his head. If we follow up close enough behind, maybe they'll end up being scouts anyway. I reckon any hostile spacers out there will give them a wide berth. Pilgrim Seed will need a little time to make our way out of the cordon, but I'm heading back now to get her started. Thankfully, the step ships are sticking with us, so we'll be plenty well supplied for the journey to the belt. Anyway, I didn't plot all the way out over here to tell you that. Sol looks at between you and Peak with a raised eyebrow. It's now or never, Sleeper. I'm good to my word, and I kept a berth for you. This is your last chance to take it. He scratches his beard. Make a call. You glance out at the flotilla beyond the bay, beautiful in the light of Helion's sun. You think of the long journey of the starward belt, of the people inside the Pilgrim Seed, of the possible futures that await. Then you think of all the people here, on the eye, of Peak beside you, of small shifts yet to come, of the routines that ground you, of promises and possibilities. As much as I really like Aki, and I can see in another world Sleeper going with her. There's Lemon Mina here. There's Moritz, who is not going to be able to run that repair station by himself. There's Fang. There's Peak. There's Rico. There's Emphis. There's so many people here. Sabine and Rabia. We've made ourselves a part. And there's Navigator. There's the Gardener. We have made ourselves as much of a part of the Eye as they are. We have to stay and see this through. You open your mouth to speak and realize this is the final time you will make this choice. You have to be sure. I'm staying. You say the words, and the moment you do, the piano music hits. The weight of it all seems to descend around you. You stumble a little and then stand straight, refusing to be crushed. You feel a tightness in your chest and a haze blurring your thoughts. Sol nods. Good luck, he sighs. You'll need it. He grips your shoulder and meets your eye. In the haze, his pitted and rough hand feels so real, so detailed, that it grounds you. And then it's gone, and Sol goes with it, quickly moving to the waiting shuttle. As he does, you watch, unable to speak, your whole body pulsing. And then another hand falls on your shoulder, and it grounds you once more. You turn to see Peak's bright eyes. Let's go, Sleeper. You nod, and seeing how unsteady you are on your feet, Peak puts an arm around you and steers you towards the entrance to the bay. As they do, you hear the roar, feel the wind as the shuttle lifts off and angles towards the flotilla. You don't turn. Instead, you keep your head down and focus on each step. And as you do, you feel Peak beside you, holding a little of your weight, and you holding a little of theirs. This is how it will be for many cycles after you both leave the bay and head back into the Eye. You will both hold things for each other. Remind each other of the choices you made. Remind each other why it is important to keep going despite the moments when it seems impossible. You will keep each other going. That support will be vital when the second Flux event hits the Eye, when it knocks the entire free spoke off the power grid, making the whole station lurch with a sickening motion, when it cripples systems and corrupts processes, leading sections of the station to go dark, to start venting oxygen, when holding on is all you can do, while the world seems to come apart around you. And yet, somehow, the Eye will still persist. Systems will resist total collapse in ways that will seem inexplicable to many, but to you and Peak, they will signal the awakening of a new force within the station. That new force will bring with it new challenges and new possibilities in equal measure, Strange growths will be reported all around the station in the wake of the Flux event, fungal crusts pushing through pipes and wiring. The eye will grow wild and fecund, becoming a station of increasing unpredictability, prone to seasonal rhythms of spore clouds and sudden growth spurts. Things will grow wild, just like this hot dog. There will be a strange and unsettling beauty to this paradigm shift when you become hot dog, as the greenings of the stations turn it from a corporate ruin to some altogether new assemblage of biological and mechanical structures, much like a beef frankfurter wrapped around a robot's head. Rika will take on this challenge with energy that seems impossible for her age, and until her final day, she will delight in the new mysteries the eye and its gardeners produce. And as the new era consolidates around the station, you will find yourself back in the rhythm of odd jobs and loose contracts, working to keep the eye running and your own needs met. But now, many needs will call for you specifically. Many residents will call for you specifically, and before long, you'll be known as a fixer, helper, friend to many, and a hot dog. But on occasion, after a long shift at the Bantayan, you will hear the sound of the stray mewling, and you will crumple up some food and sit and watch the cat eat as if it's the only thing in your world that matters. However, into all this newness, the bad old ways will still intrude. Senate Stat, frustrated by the eye's resilience, will begin to send more physical threats, and supply ships and traders will suddenly stop arriving, stopped by a blockade of corporate militia. Life on the eye will be punctuated by wide-channel broadcasts from Senate Stat, stating legal precedents and quoting deeds of ownership, staking a claim on the system. Meanwhile, Haven Age hardliners will fizzle out, losing their grip on the Haven Age Council, and in their wake, Helene will spearhead a series of reforms that will scale back Haven Age's overreach, returning them to the caretaker role they had always been intended to fulfill. And as the cycle rolls on and the threats gather, new broadcasts will join them, sent by Conway Extractions, making counterclaims on assets within the Hellion system, and many on the Eye will grow quiet, losing their appetite for debating these political machinations as they tint inexorably towards a corporate war. And ever on, the Eye will spin, growing now in strange ways, haunted by strange new growths, and hosting cultures of increasing resilience. As the Hellion systems descends into crisis, you will find comfort in the fungal patterns, the familiar conversations, the spices and the smells that will accumulate around you as your body continues its unavoidable decay. They settle around you like a veil, and in time it will be impossible to see the Eye without seeing its many variants and versions, pasts and potential futures, and this masking of the world will mark your approaching end. And one cycle, far from now, that accumulation of memories, of tastes, of people and places and moments will be the last thing you let go of. But for now, there's only you and Peak, arms around each other, walking slowly out of the bay, two figures born of crippled systems, linked together, continuing, despite your origin. And in this frozen moment, you focus on only the next step, because that is the only way you have learned to persist. And to persist is to believe that a future, any future at all, is possible. I'm genuinely choked up. I'm just... Ooh. that was incredible. Yeah, I'm like, actually, I'm really feeling it. That was incredible. Oh man. Saying it all out loud made so much of those moments hit so much harder for me this time than just reading through them before. Especially that last line. Wow. Yeah, I'm just processing it all. What an incredible end. And I'm sure there's so many different ways that could go, because, you know, you could join the flotilla, you could have sided with Castor at the end and sold out the system to Senate stat. I wonder all the different ways that ending can look, you know? Like what does a dark playthrough of this game look like? I wonder what the end of that feels like. It's probably pretty bleak, but one day at a time. That's how it goes, right? And wow, we did it. That's a full playthrough. Hit, I think, every credits we can in the game. A full, all 3 of them. And then the final. The DLC credits. Thank you everyone for joining me along this journey, whether you're here now or you watched before, lurking, chatting, whatever you've been doing. Thank you for joining me in this playthrough of one of my favorite sci-fi stories of all time. Not just games, but one of my favorite sci-fi stories. The way that it speaks about change, about bodies and minds and their relationship to each other, about the, you know, the ever in flux relationship between technology and nature, and about the ways that we find hope and resilience, and what does it look like to stay or go out in search of something else. You know, I'm glad I stayed around for all of these. There was so many options, so many offers to go out, right? To call it, and seek out a different future. But it was so interesting to see what it meant to stay grounded and present, and to take things on one day at a time, to not look for an escape. And that's, I think, what I can hope for, you know, anyone, right? Is that we take things one day at a time to resist and live and find purpose in each moment. Yeah. What a wonderful game. There are elements of 2 that I really love. There are bits of 2. I think the gameplay of 2, personally, is more dynamic than Citizen Sleeper 1, but the endings of Citizen Sleeper 1 are so satisfying. I'm happy to see all of them, or at least all of the ones that you can in a single playthrough. That's gonna do it. That's Citizen Sleeper, everyone. I hope you had a good time. I know I did. It was a long stream. This is the longest stream I've ever done, but I'm very happy to have it be done for this game. Yeah, thank you, Momo. Thanks for always hanging out. I really appreciate it. And I think with that, you know, I'll be back on Monday with some more art. I've got some ideas of what I want to do for the next art stream. And then Tuesday we'll be finishing up Yes, Your Grace, just in time for Yes, Your Grace Snowfall, which is probably what we'll be playing on Friday. So I hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. And hey, if things seem tough, if they seem overwhelming, just take it one step at a time. All right, I'll catch you all later. Have a great night.